Workers' Party salutes big race convention. Asks Negros to unite with international struggle for class and race emancipation. To the 4th International Convention of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Meeting at Liberty Hall, New York, August, 1924. Marcus Garvey was born in Jamaica in 1887. On return from a stay in England, he organized the Universal Negro Improvement Association with the aim of liberating Africa from the colonial powers. He came to the United States in 1916 on the invitation of Booker T. Washington, and the following year in Harlem he re-established the UNIA, which was to become the biggest mass organization among Negroes in the post-war period. It advocated the creation of a strong black nation in Africa, and Africa for Africans was the slogan of its newspaper, The Negro World. Known as the Garvey Movement and the Back to Africa Movement, in its first years it also advocated equal rights, admission to trade unions, defense against lynching and other domestic demands. By 1921, at its second convention, over 25,000 Negroes from the United States, West Indies, Africa and elsewhere attended, and Garvey was proclaimed the Provisional President General of Africa. At its height in 1924-25, its dues-paying membership was variously estimated as between 500,000 and 4 million. Strongly Rob-conscious, the Garvey movement aroused pride in blackness, self-reliance, and defiance of racism, the first mass black nationalist rising. In 1922 Garvey was arrested, and in the following year he was sentenced in a federal court for using the mails to defraud in connection with the Black Star Line, which he set up to transport American blacks to Africa. After serving 2 years he was deported in 1927 to Jamaica. He died in London in 1940. The UNIA began to disintegrate in 1925, torn by internal strife following the imprisonment and deportation of Garvey. The following letter of the Workers' Party to the convention of the Garvey Organization illustrates its attitude of critical support. Without directly mentioning the Back to Africa slogan, for example, it urges instead self-determination for the peoples of Africa and a coordinated struggle of American blacks with Africans to drive out the imperialists. It is characteristic of the general stand of the party at the time to present for consideration at this mass gathering its full program for the overthrow of capitalism and imperialism and the establishment of working-class rule. In like manner, it sets the Communist International as the alternative to the League of Nations. However, the main thrust is for the common front of American blacks with colonial and oppressed peoples of color throughout the world. The letter notes the retreat of the UNIA from its 1920 program with respect to 3 major issues: the role of the imperialist powers, the Ku Klux Klan, and the labor movement. The latter question was not even on the agenda of the convention. Notably, the emphasis is not only on the labor question, though its central importance is stressed, but on the broader struggle for freedom, for full and complete equality without reservation or evasion. Pertinent to the evolution of policy is the use here of the concept of caste to denote the nature of the Negro position in the United States. Such usage does indicate that the simple class position is no longer acceptable. The reference to President Harding at Birmingham, Alabama, is to his speech at that city in October 1921, in which he declared himself and his Republican Party as uncompromisingly against every suggestion of social equality. It was part of the Republican effort to penetrate the South by identifying with the dogma of white superiority. See below, Statement of Workers' Party on Results of Convention. Brothers and sisters, comrades, the Workers' Party of America extends to you its fraternal greetings. May your work in this historic convention be fruitful for the liberation of your race. We live in a world ruled by a capitalist class which for its own purposes cultivates a superstitious belief in the superiority of certain races and, within those races, of an upper class supposed to be divinely endowed with the right to rule over all other peoples, especially those of darker color. The great majority of the world's population is composed of peoples of darker color. More than half the world today labors under colonial bondage to imperialist powers whose ruling class considers that men of color exist only to be exploited under colonial regimes. At the same time, within each imperialist nation the laboring class of the population, although creating all of the wealth of the country, is robbed of its product and exists only to be exploited by the ruling class. Capitalist exploitation for profit is the basis of all colonial and domestic oppression, from which to seek your freedom is your purpose in assembling here. Times of change. But you are meeting in a time of momentous change in the world's affairs. The great imperialist states have had their foundations shaken by the World War and by the breakdown of their economic system, as well as by the great unrest of their working classes and among their colonial subjects. Within a decade, 3 of the mightiest empires have fallen. The world's most terrible autocracy, Tsarist Russia, has crumbled under the blows of its most oppressed class, and upon its rule has been erected a new form of state through which the hewers of wood and drawers of water of the great Russian nation have made themselves the rulers and builders of their own destiny. The colonial upheaval. Africa, the great black continent whose people have suffered for 4 centuries under the unrestrained violence of predatory government, with its people dragged off to be sold in slavery, its boundless natural wealth held to be the natural loot for foreign aggression, has at last entered upon the period which will see its opportunity for liberation. Asia, the vast yellow and brown continent containing more than half the world's population, is a great cauldron boiling with rebellion. India's 300 million are preparing to revolt against the oppressor. China's 444 million of despised yellow people have at last realized that their only friend among established nations is revolutionary Russia, and are preparing to assert their freedom against the imperialist enemies. Likewise the little Negro Republic of Haiti, the brown men of the Philippines and the other island peoples of color, all are stirring in the great unrest of today. Under these circumstances the representatives of hundreds of thousands of an oppressed race, coming in a great international assembly, have but fearlessly to face their duty in order to become makers of history. Africa. Your duty calls you to struggle against the imperialists who are looting Africa and subjugating the peoples of that continent. Your determination should be to fight with your black brothers of that continent for their full and free right to self-determination, with their right to build whatever independent nation or nations they may desire. Not only as a political party within the borders of the United States, but as a section of the great international political party, the Communist International, we stand for driving the imperialist powers out of Africa and for the right of self-determination of the peoples of Africa. Education. We gladly observe that you intend to discuss the question of education from the point of view of rejecting the so-called educational matter prepared by a ruling class for the poisoning of the minds of the Negro youth, teaching the ideas of inferiority and of submission as willing servants of the class which oppresses them. The educational system of this country is one of the institutions by which the system of oppression is maintained. We are confident that you will remember that the real history of the Negro people is not found in the literature of the class society which regards them as inferior. The Negro must work to establish his own independent educational material, full with the dignity of his race and its noble achievements, with a special emphasis upon its brave struggle for freedom. Negro Political Union. Your proposal to discuss the formation of a Negro Political Union is one of highest importance. Political action is action toward taking over the power to rule. Therefore, when an oppressed and exploited people boldly and militantly enters this field, it is time for tyrants to tremble. You approach this subject, correctly, as both an international and a domestic problem. Your militant solidarity with the oppressed colonial peoples internationally is an honor to your organization. Your apparent determination to make an equally militant fight for the rights of your people in all lands where they now reside, including the battle against the caste system in the United States, will add to the honor which is due you. For he who will not battle for his rights where he is, can win no rights anywhere. The most hopeful portent of the future of the Universal Negro Improvement Association is to be found in the class composition of your organization. For your membership is overwhelmingly composed of the class which will control the future of all nations, the working class. In addressing kings and presidents, we observe in your agenda that you are contemplating sending petitions to His Excellency the President of the United States, and to His Majesty King George V, and the Parliament and House of Lords of Great Britain, and to the Kings of Italy, Spain and Belgium, and their parliaments, and to the Presidents of France and Portugal. Your intended address to these gentlemen would be on behalf of the rights of the Negro in Africa, America and the colonies. We fraternally suggest to you that these excellencies and majesties are the heads of the imperialist powers which are now engaged in pillaging and strangling the darker races of the earth, as well as exploiting and oppressing the working class, of whatever race, at home. Their power is built upon the exploitation of the groaning millions of colonial and working peoples. To ask the King of Belgium to cease murdering and plundering the black people of the Congo is to ask him to cease to be His Majesty, and to destroy the vast structure of blood and tyranny of which he is the figurehead, and which largely furnishes the basis of the life of ease and luxury of the ruling class of Belgium. To ask the King of England and his Parliament and House of Lords to withhold the whip from the backs of the toiling millions of Africa or India, is to ask them to abdicate and pull down the vast pyramid of empire which it is their function to protect. The same applies to such requests to the rulers of Spain, Italy and Portugal. The President of France can and will do nothing for the Negro, but on the contrary must continue the work of enslaving Africa as the backyard of an European empire. The American President can and will do practically nothing for the Negro either in Africa, Haiti or America. If he turns his attention to Africa, it will be only to compete with the Belgian, French and British governments to seize a portion of Africa for exploitation by American financiers, as Haiti, San Domingo and the Philippines are exploited and their people subjected. About the Negro's rights in America, the President will do nothing but to suppress them and to help the Southern ruling class to preserve the caste system as an aid to class exploitation, just as his predecessor, President Harding, promised to do in Birmingham, Alabama, in 1921. Nor will Mr. Coolidge do anything to help the Negro to leave America, for the American capitalist class for whom the President is the spokesman needs the Negro as exploited wage slaves or as legions of conscripted soldiers to send throughout the world to die for the ruling class gain, for the subjection of their black, brown and yellow brothers in foreign colonies or the subjection of the working class everywhere. The enemies of your enemies. We suggest that it is not to your enemies that you should direct your appeals, but to the enemies of your enemies, to those who suffer with you and who have a common interest with you in overthrowing your enemies. In this connection we will mention again that there is a class struggle going on within each of those imperialist countries, against those excellencies and majesties, and against the ruling class which they represent. In each of those imperialist countries there is a powerful revolutionary working class movement called the Communist Party, in America the Workers' Party, which has the same enemies as you and the same interest in overthrowing those enemies. League of Nations. We note that you will discuss the question of sending an appeal to the League of Nations for turning over to the Negro people certain mandatories in Africa, and for amicable adjustments of the race issue and a rearrangement of the system under which Negroes are governed, and that you will discuss the question of the sincerity of the League of Nations as a clearing house for the ills of the world. The so-called League of Nations has from the first day of its inception shown itself to be not a League of Nations, but a league of imperialists to strangle the nations. We trust that your discussion of the League of Nations will result in your reaffirming the position taken in your Declaration of Independence, adopted by your 1920 convention. Be it further resolved that we as a race of people declare the League of Nations null and void as far as the Negro is concerned, in that it seeks to deprive Negroes of their liberty. Communist International. We fraternally suggest that there is another international league which is far more potent to give aid to the classes and races struggling for freedom. The League of Nations is the international organization for the purpose of holding down all suppressed classes and peoples. The Communist International is the international league for the liberation of all suppressed classes and peoples. It is to this body that such appeals can more effectively be addressed. At the World Congresses of the Communist International, the representatives of oppressed colonial peoples and of the working class everywhere come together for the sole purpose of considering ways and means for liberation. Your representatives would find themselves honored guests at its deliberations. The peoples of the world will be led to freedom by the Communist International, over the ruins of the so-called League of Nations. The American Negro. The 12 million Negroes of the United States are no longer the meek, sad, hopeless group, consenting to remain under the yoke of a superior class, which they were supposed to be before the World War. They are now fired with the determination to take and hold their place as the equals of all other men. You, as leaders of your race, meet in the greatest Negro city in the world, the metropolis of the country which is the cultural center of the Negro world. Yet as you meet here today, you are not accorded the full rights of men and women in the civilization which surrounds you, as evidenced by the fact that the accommodations of this city, hotels, restaurants and theaters, although partly the product of the industry and the genius of your people, will be largely closed to you as to a lower and despised caste, in disregard of the dignity and importance of your mission. In resentment of such injustice we join you, as well, as in determination not to rest until the last vestige of this caste system is removed. The labor and suffering of millions of black men and women have been a major factor in transforming a wilderness and building the wealth of this country. This is as much a Negro's as it is a white man's country, and it is the duty of the Negro to claim his equal rights within it. Race problem in South. You propose to discuss ways and means of adjusting the race problem of the southern states, to the satisfaction of all concerned. We would not be willing to join in any attempt to settle the race problem to the satisfaction of the southern white ruling caste. We should like, however, to join you in settling the race question to the satisfaction of the Negro workers and the white workers on the basis of exact equality and the complete abolition of the caste system. Ku Klux Klan. The Workers' Party observes that you propose to discuss the Ku Klux Klan and that you specify that the discussion should be without prejudice. This is a subject which is extremely difficult for us to approach without prejudice. We frankly admit that we have been prejudiced against the Ku Klux Klan by the following unquestionable facts. 1. The Klan is devoted to the principle of white supremacy, meaning the preservation and further enlargement of a caste system in the United States on the theory that the Negro must forever remain a despised and terrorized caste, subject to murder and pillage as well as inhuman exploitation, without political, social or industrial equality. 2. The organization, based upon this false, unscientific, debased and contemptible attitude toward the Negro, attempts to put its theory in practice by mobbing, hanging, burning at the stake, disfranchising and terrorizing the colored population of the United States, and in communities where the Negroes form the majority population, as well as where they are a minority. 3. The Klan takes a similar attitude toward, and attempts the same methods against, members of other races and of religious faiths different from their own. 4. The Klan, although it deludes some working men into its support, is in effect a weapon of violence and terror against the entire working class, black and white, for the benefit of the ruling class. It is a class instrument for the oppression of the working class, of whatever race. In view of the facts regarding the Klan, we trust that you will pledge yourselves with us not to rest until the last vestige of the Klan is exterminated from the land, and until its philosophy of white capitalist class supremacy and hatred of the Negro as a lower caste is rooted out. The Negro and the Labor Movement. The Workers' Party notes with interest that your program adopted in 1920 contains the articles 7. We are discriminated against and denied an equal chance to earn wages for the support of our families, and in many instances are refused admission into labor unions, and nearly everywhere are paid smaller wages than white men, and 23. We declare it inhuman and unfair to boycott Negroes from industries and labor in any part of the world. The Workers' Party regrets that the direct question of Negro labor as treated above, does not appear on your agenda this year for further development and for the consideration of concrete plans to win the rights of the Negro in the industrial labor movement. The fact that certain middle-class Negro and mixed organizations have taken up this issue, some assuming the most treacherous and reactionary position and others taking more advanced positions, makes it doubly necessary that your organization should consider this vital question, which is more pressing today than ever before. More than one-third of the Negro people in the United States, since the northward migration, live in cities and towns, a larger proportion of them engaging in industrial labor. Your organization is composed overwhelmingly of the best class in modern society, the industrial working class. This is the class which is historically destined to lead in the coming liberation of the world. The Workers' Party fraternally suggests the urgent need of your taking up at your convention the question of the Negro's rights and duties to the labor movement, and discussing it on the basis of the primary demand for full social, political, and industrial equality of all races, and the solidarity of the working class. On this basis we will promise you our most energetic support. We should especially like to coordinate our efforts with yours in a drive to open the doors of all labor unions, or such of them as now discriminate, to the full and equal admission of Negro workers, with the demand for equal wages and no discrimination in obtaining work and, further, in a plan for the complete organization of Negro labor with the white workers in the same unions. This involves the need of educating the white workers to eradicate the influence of capitalist propaganda which purposely plays each race against the other. We stand uncompromisingly for the right of Negroes to engage in industrial or any other work on an equal basis with white workers. Crystallizing of class lines. We take the liberty of reminding you that the drawing of class lines within the Negro race is an inevitable historical fact, bound to be more and more evident as the struggle sharpens. This is already shown by the numerous cases in which prominent Negroes have for their own sordid interests gone into the service of the ruling class and are cast as purveyors of Negro support. We find colored politicians slavishly serving the governmental and political machine which represses their people. We find Negro teachers who deliberately attempt to defend the segregated school system on the servile theory that only in Jim Crow schools can Negroes teach, instead of taking the manly stand that Negro teachers have the right to teach in any school and that color discrimination in schools but lays the foundation for all of the future Jim Crow existence of the Negro. We find Negro real estate speculators deliberately supporting the segregation of Negroes in Black Belt districts to give themselves the better opportunity to exploit their own people at exorbitant rents. Worst of all, we find certain Negro leaders trying to demoralize the Negro working class in the interest of the capitalist exploiters. The religious question. We note that a subject on your agenda for discussion is the religious question. This quite naturally follows from the historical fact that nearly all movements for the Negro's emancipation in the past have been associated with religious movements. One of the first phases of the struggle was the movement for the Negro's right to participate in the religious observance of the white race. The earliest forms of Negro slave gatherings and organizations were of religious nature. It was no accident that the brave Negro preacher, Nat Turner, was one to organize and led his people in a revolt for freedom. It was in the logic of history that the early leaders of the Negro people have been preachers. But as your leader, President General Garvey, has had occasion to point out, the ruling class of this country has not had the interests of the Negro at heart in teaching him the religion of the ruling class. We trust that in your discussion of the religious question, progress will be made toward the realization that the Negro's road to freedom lies not in imitating the beliefs of and institutions of a society that was built upon his subjection, but in freeing himself from all superstitions and embracing modern scientific thought. The Workers' Party of America greets you. Brothers and sisters of all lands, wishing the utmost success to the struggle of your race for freedom. The Workers' Party of America. William Z. Foster, National Chairman. C. E. Ruthenberg, National Executive Secretary. Daily Worker, August 5, 1924. Workers' Party Delegates Addresses UNIA. Convention. Mrs. Olivia Whiteman was a delegate of the Workers' Party to the 4th UNIA Convention. Two speeches she gave there are given below. The first was a plea to stand up for Negro rights in the United States, and the second asked for reconsideration of a resolution adopted by the convention appealing to governors of southern states. She objected to the statement in the resolution that Negroes do not want social equality. Negroes in America must stand firm for the redemption of Africa from the imperialists who are oppressing it, but in doing so, they must not let themselves become a weak and submissive people here in this country. I cannot see how men, millions strong, who will permit their rights to be deprived and their initiative crushed, will ever survive long enough to protect the great wealth of Africa, whose wealth any country will put up a strong battle to hold. Don't ever think that Negro liberty can be redeemed by a submissive spirit. It is going to take men with experience and training and courage and backbone to claim their own. Men who do not stand up for their rights here, when they start off for Africa, will find it a little late for training. In order to have an army of men worthwhile, it is necessary to have a first-class training camp. Train them here in contending for their rights here. When such men go to Africa, they will be able to stand on their own whatever the storm may be. I note a tendency here by some delegates to address their appeals to preachers instead of to the masses of Negro people. The preachers are a group of persons who have always known the oppressed condition of the Negro, and to my mind they have always given their official blessing to slavery and have always supported the government which oppresses my people. Colored women are compelled to endure special mistreatment in this country. Whether we be in Alabama, Mississippi, Illinois, or New York, we must take a definite and independent stand against permitting Negro women to be deprived of their rights and proper respect. Daily Worker, August 15, 1924. I make this request because I notice for one thing that the resolution says that the Negroes do not seek social equality. Now I don't think there is a man or woman here who does not think that he or she is the social equal of any white person on earth, or at least I hope there is no such person here. I for one intend to fight for the equality of my people, any kind of equality, and every kind of equality, everywhere including social equality. I am not a Republican, as so many Negroes here. And I am not a Democrat. I am a communist, a member of the Workers' Party. And in that political party we believe in and practice the dignity of the Negro people as the equals of anybody. As a communist, I could not give my consent that the Negro should give up his demand for social equality, or to consent to any limitation of the equality of the Negro. Social equality? Well, what is social inequality? That means Jim Crow. That means being kicked and cursed around as an inferior, and being exploited more and paid less than the white person, and lynched if we don't get off a sidewalk for some bully with a white face. I think we are obliged, for our own dignity, to reconsider this matter. I also think the resolution is mistaken in being addressed to the Southern authorities instead of Negroes. Daily Worker, August 19, 1924. Workers' Party criticizes UNIA for failing to take stand against Klan. The following communication was sent to the UNIA convention by the Central Executive Committee of the Workers' Party over the signature of William Z. Foster, National Chairman, and C.E. Ruthenberg, National Executive Secretary. It asked for reconsideration of the convention's resolution on the Ku Klux Klan, which stated that the convention regards the alleged attitude of the Ku Klux Klan to the Negro as fairly representative of the feelings of the majority of the white race towards us, and places on record the conviction that the only solution of the crucial situation is the securing for ourselves as rapidly as possible a government of our own on African soil. After citing the resolution, the lengthy statement continues. Before passing the foregoing resolution, you defeated a substitute proposed by Mr. Wallace, which provided that the brutalities and atrocities perpetrated upon the members of the Negro race by the Klan be condemned. The debate indicated that this substitute was defeated partly because it stated plainly that brutalities and atrocities are perpetuated by the Klan, while the second resolution passed speaks only of such brutalities and atrocities, alleged to be perpetrated by the Klan. From the foregoing facts is evident First, that the Universal Negro Improvement Association offers the Negro people no program for meeting the atrocities of the Klan in the United States, except the plan for securing a government in Africa. Second, that the Universal Negro Improvement Association refuses to say that the Ku Klux Klan is guilty of crimes against Negroes. The Workers' Party of America, composed of Negro and white workers alike, fraternally requests you to reconsider the above action. We believe that if this convention fails to make an outright attack upon the Klan, boldly accusing it of its crimes against the Negro people and laying down a concrete plan for combating it, that such a failure will work untold injury to the Negro people and to the working class generally. We believe, furthermore, that your failure officially to declare your enmity to and your determination to fight against that organization will result in weakening the struggle of the colored peoples throughout the world against their oppressors. The terrorizing of the Negro in America is not simply a local matter, to be dealt with opportunistically, but it is a part of the worldwide effort to degrade the Negro and to establish the principle that he is inferior. Any surrender to or conciliation with the Klan here will only serve to demoralize and discourage the fight against race and class oppression throughout the world. Don't demoralize the fight. We are fully aware that the best members of your organization know perfectly well that the Klan is no friend of the Negro, but that it burns, hangs, tortures and terrorizes Negro men, women and children. In the debate Mr. Sherrill, even in supporting the resolutions, pointed out that the Klan is no friend of the Negro, and that to state otherwise would be both untrue and cowardly. We know furthermore that no matter what position this convention may take on the subject, the American Negro will have to fight the Klan. What does the Klan want of the Negro? There are some who think that because the Klan hates the Negro, the Klan will be glad to get rid of the Negro by encouraging large migrations to Africa. To any who may think this way, we say that the Klan hates the Negro, not to get rid of him, but to keep him working in the cotton fields and the workshops, and to suppress any aspiration the Negro may have to escape exploitation. We warn you that the Klan's hatred of the Negro has an economic basis. The Klan is an expression of the American capitalist class, or at least of the petty capitalist class, and it is utterly unable to act in any way that is not in the interest of capitalism. It is entirely possible that the Klan anti-Negro organization may make promises of friendliness to the emigration of Negroes from America. But if the Klan does so, it will be only to induce the Negro to give up the fight for his political, economic and social equality. What of Africa? The rights of the Negro in Africa are not free for the taking. They have to be fought for, no less than the rights of the Negro in America. The African continent is now under the brutal domination of the most powerful capitalist governments on earth. Is it, then, possible that these predatory governments would permit or encourage a migration into Africa of a large number of Negroes going there for the purpose of winning their own nationhood and freeing the millions of African people from the exploitation of these very powers? The Ku Klux Klan will not help you destroy its father and mother, capitalism and imperialism. It will fight you. You must fight it. On behalf of the Negro workers and white workers and workers of all races who are members of our party, we most earnestly request the convention of the Universal Negro Improvement Association to reconsider the resolutions which were passed on the subject of the Ku Klux Klan. We ask you, for the sake of not betraying the Negro race and the class to which you and we belong, to declare your undying antagonism to the Ku Klux Klan and all that it stands for, and to join us in the determination not to rest until the last filthy trace of it is exterminated from this country. Daily Worker, August 23, 1924. Abridged. The Negro in America, by James Jackson. The following article and editorial comment on it, appearing in the magazine Communist International, again illustrates that the Third International offered a tribune from which American blacks could discuss frankly the problem of racism as it affected the party. The author, James Jackson, is unidentified, but it is the name used by Lovett Ford Whiteman in Moscow. The author emphasizes the general social grievances of the race, and finds that communist influence among blacks is weak because the communists have not recognized and accepted as a starting basis the peculiar social disabilities imposed upon the race. The editorial comment agrees that middle-class Blacks as well as black workers are persecuted, and urges a two-pronged approach. Fighting race prejudice among American workers while fighting for full equal rights for blacks. The Communist International was the monthly journal of the Executive Committee of the Communist International. The coming of the Negro into the northern industries has been responsible for much friction between the white and black workers. The Negro migrant being wholly unorganized and finding conditions much better than in his southern home, though much inferior to those of the northern white worker, at once becomes a tool in the hands of the employing class to beat back the resistance of organized white workers. The latter, clearly conscious of the tendency of a reduction of his standard of living because of the presence of the Negro, evinces his resentment through physical attacks on the Negro. The series of bloody race riots which have occurred during recent years are basically the result of this conflict of the white and black worker in the labor market. But of course, this real and fundamental cause is seldom apparent, for the masses of American white workers are so permeated with the virus of race hatred as a result of their bourgeois ideology, that often the most minor provocation of a race riot is interpreted as the real cause. This race hatred between blacks and whites in America has its origin and growth in the political forms and methods employed by the ruling class to safeguard and promote its economic class interest. This race hatred on the part of the white masses extends to all classes of the Negro race. A member of the Negro petty bourgeoisie could no more get accommodation in a first-class hotel, café, restaurant or purchase a first-class ticket in a theater than the most ordinary Negro worker. In the Southern states, there are separate schools for all Negroes, separate and inferior accommodation for Negroes on tramways and railways, and enforced by state laws. The Negro being of a pronouncedly different race and color, his complexion becomes a sort of natural badge by which he is at once recognized as historically of the most oppressed and exploited group in American society. All Negroes of whatever class are subject to lynching, Jim Crowism, mob violence, segregation, political disfranchisement in the southern states, etc. And all Negroes are interested and lend support to societies and associations endeavoring to effect the eradication of these particular social evils. Any projected communist work among American Negroes must take as a concrete basis the general social grievances of the race. The slow growth of Marxism among Negroes has been wholly due to the inability both of the Social Democrats and the Communists to approach the Negro on his own mental grounds, and to interpret his peculiar social situation in terms of the class struggle. Today the American Negro has evolved his own bourgeoisie, even though as yet but petty. And more the lines sharpen in the conflict between the white and black bourgeoisies. The Negro petty bourgeoisie rallies the Negro masses to him in his struggle against the more powerful white bourgeoisie, and the Negro masses are permeated with the belief that their social degradation flows from the mere fact that they are markedly of a different race, and are not white. It is a waste of time to circulate the same communist literature among Negroes that you would among white workers, or to make the same speech before an audience of the Negro workers that you would before that of white workers. In the southern states, the great majority of Negroes are engaged in agricultural pursuits, and at present it is encouraging to note, an agrarian movement is developing for both races. Here the American communists can find a new field for action. The Negro has always regarded his social problem as a world problem insofar as he has believed that all Negroes the world over have a common cause. The most successful organizations among the race at present with direct aims of improving the political and social status of the Negro are international in their outlook and program. No organization in the history of the American Negro has stirred the masses as has the Garvey movement. This is a Negro nationalist movement, with Africa as its objective. It has been phenomenal in growth, overwhelming in its savage steadfastness of purpose. It represents a perfect embodiment of all the pent-up hatred and rebellious discontent towards American institutions. So far the communist achievements among Negroes are but slight, and this primarily because as above stated, the Communists have not recognized and accepted as a starting basis the peculiar social disabilities imposed upon the race. Everywhere there is increasing discontent within the race. And the communist movement cannot afford to overlook the Negro in America, for he holds a large place in industrial life, and if left alone could constitute a tremendous weapon for reaction. Editorial comment on the Negro question. The article written by James Jackson, an emigrant of the oppressed Negro race, is a testimony that our American comrades of the ruling race have not yet been able to approach the Negro question in a right and proper manner, either in their agitation among white workers or in their work among the Negroes. Negro persecution in America has assumed the form of a race struggle, a struggle of the whites against the blacks. On the one hand, we find among the persecutors in the white camp considerable sections of workers side by side with the bourgeoisie, who hate and despise Negroes not only as strike breakers but as people of a lower race. On the other hand, the persecuted in the black camp include Negro merchants as well as Negro workers. In view of such a situation, race antagonism cannot be ignored as immaterial for a party carrying on the class struggle, and communist propaganda among Negro workers cannot be conducted in the same way as among white workers. This would be merely adopting an ostrich policy, which would be doomed to remain fruitless. The attitude of our party in America must not consist in evading the ticklish question of race antagonism in America, but in exposing its class basis. Our party in America must sound the alarm with respect to the growing race antagonism. It must make clear that it is a product of a society divided into classes, that it serves the selfish interests of the ruling classes, and that it will only disappear when the proletariat is victorious. Negroes were not born with saddles on their backs, neither were whites born with spurs to their feet. Racial persecution made its appearance at the dawn of a class society. It gained in strength during the capitalist development in connection with the development of the colonial policy of the bourgeoisie, and reached its culminating point during the imperialist epoch. It was not a chance occurrence that on the eve of the imperialist war the racial theory made its appearance in German bourgeois science, in accordance with which theory there are lower and higher races even among the white, the German race, belonging to the latter. The bourgeoisie is, of course, endeavoring to disguise by all manner of means the class nature of racial antagonism. But it is our task to expose this fraud and to smash to pieces the arguments of the followers of all kinds of racial theories. The fact that Negro merchants are as hated and persecuted as Negro workers is certainly not a proof that racial antagonism has nothing to do with class. Although the imperialist bourgeois infringes to a certain extent upon the rights of the native bourgeoisie in pursuance of its colonial policy, the main motive of the latter is the acquisition of excess profit from the colonists. The champions of the racial theory cannot justify their actions by the fact that Negroes frequently act as strike breakers and that many of them are corrupt. The bourgeoisie deliberately develops in the Negro masses these slave instincts and traits, and keeps them purposely ignorant. Finally, it must be said that the contemptuous attitude of white workers to the Negroes does not disprove the class character of the antagonism between the white and black races in America. For it merely proves that a considerable section of white American workers is still under the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie and has been contaminated by bourgeois prejudices against which we must fight with the utmost energy. By ignoring the question of racial antagonism, our party has allowed the Negro liberation movement in America to take a wrong path and to get into the hands of the Negro petty bourgeoisie, which has launched the nationalist slogan, "Back to Africa." We communists must energetically support not only African but all Negroes settled in definite territories in their aspirations for self-determination, namely in their desire to establish independent states and to drive out the colonizers. We must, of course, urge American Negroes to support this movement of their kinsmen. But the slogan, "Back to Africa," in connection with the 12 million Negroes scattered throughout the United States of North America, which is reminiscent of the Zionist slogan of the Jews, "Back to Palestine tilde," must be rejected by us as utopian and based on the illusion that there is in the world, beside the Soviet Republic, another such promised land where national and racial oppression does not exist. There can be no such land, since everywhere capitalism reigns supreme. But we must, however, admit that these dreams and illusions of American Negro workers, which weaken their interest in the class struggle of the white American proletariat, are stimulated by the fact that American white workers are still under the sway of racial bourgeois prejudices. Therefore, the main task of our American comrades as to this question must consist in fighting against these prejudices, and in energetic action for full equality of rights regardless of race as well as for the extirpation of all humiliating customs which draw a dividing line between whites and blacks. It is only under such conditions that it will be possible to draw the Negro masses in America into the general fight for the dictatorship of the proletariat. Communist International, November 1924, pp. 50-54. Owens given ovation at Chicago rally for Foster. Following the collapse of the Farmer Labor Party and the refusal of the Workers' Party to support the Lafayette campaign, the Communists ran their own candidate for president, William Z. Foster. He received 33,316 votes in the 13 states where the party was on the ballot. Gordon W. Owens was a member of the Chicago Post of the African Blood Brotherhood, an early recruit to the Workers' Party, and among the first blacks to run for an elective post as a candidate of that party. In a letter to the Daily Worker, February 11, 1924, he wrote of the efforts to stop the showing in Chicago of Birth of a Nation, a racist film about Reconstruction. A tremendous ovation greeted the appearance on the platform of Gordon Owens, a colored comrade, who was running for Congress-SMAN from the 1st Congressional District. For fully 5 minutes after Owens had been announced, the cheers and shouts of an enthusiastic audience prevented him from speaking. Comrade Owens spoke of the 12 million Negroes in the United States who present to revolutionists a problem that is complex in the extreme. The great majority of the Negroes are proletarians, but through the insidious influence of the schools, the press, and false leaders, both black and white, they have been prevented from becoming class-conscious, said Owens. Even some of their most influential leaders teach them to look on the Negro problem as a race problem, rather than as the class problem that it really is. Today all this is changing. The Negroes are leaving the capitalist parties by the hundreds and coming into the communist ranks. They are beginning to understand that their real enemy is the capitalist, both the black and the white capitalist, and that their real task is the overthrowing of the capitalist system with its law of hunger, war and death. A thunderous burst of applause greeted the announcement that Robert Minor, one of the party's best-known cartoonists, writers and speakers, was to address the rally. Daily Worker, October 13, 1924. Negroes in American Industries. By William F. Dunn. William F. Dunn, like Robert Minor, early on grasped the importance of the Negro and paid serious attention to his situation. Particularly noteworthy in the following article is the distinction he makes between race prejudice among white workers and the distrust of white by Negroes. He finds the latter fully justified, resulting from the historic oppression of blacks and their present condition. He holds the white workers responsible for bringing blacks into the labor movement, especially the left wing which, he urges, must carry on a constant and fearless struggle against every manifestation of racial prejudice. As always, the communists must take the lead. He insists on the need to develop Negro communist leadership. Dunn came from the militant wing of the labor movement. During World War I he led a strike of 27,000 metal workers in Butte, Montana, during which the IWW organizer, Frank Little, was lynched by vigilantes. He participated with William Z. Foster in the formation of the Trade Union Educational League in Chicago in 1922 and was a member of its national committee. At the Portland AFL Convention in 1923, where he was the officially elected delegate of the Butte Labor Trades Council, he was expelled from the gathering as a communist, to dramatize the expulsion policy against all militants that was to extend throughout the 1920s. Dunn remained prominent in the Tool and later in the Trade Union Unity League, a leader in its principal strike struggles. The Workers' Monthly began publication in Chicago in November 1924, as the official organ of the Workers' Party and the Trade Union Educational League, with Earl R. Browder as editor. The problem of the Negro in industry as well as in American society as a whole, is a problem created by the background of chattel slavery and intimately connected with its traditions, the propagation of a whole series of falsehoods and fetishes, scientifically untenable, but which by repetition and a certain superficial plausibility, have become dogmas which to question, means social ostracism in the former slave states, the historical home of chattel slavery whose conceptions of the Negro as a social inferior who menaces white supremacy as the obscene fountain from which flows all of the poisonous streams that carry the virus of race hatred into the ranks of the American working class and the labor movement. The problem of the Negro in history, it is really the problem of the dominant white workers. If a white working class exploited as the American working class as can be termed dominant, must be approached from two viewpoints, that of the Negro and that of the white worker. Both have their prejudices. Both are victims of constant and cunning misinformation supplied them with a deliberate aim and a diabolical cleverness hard to combat. But it must never be forgotten by those who see the danger to the workers of both races and consequently to the whole working class movement, that while the prejudices of the white workers have absolutely no foundation in fact, those of the Negro workers are, although a grave danger to working class solidarity and serious obstacles to organizing work, based upon enslavement, persecution and torture of black by whites since 1619. Borrowed prejudices. The opinions of the working class in all social epochs up to the immediate period preceding revolution, according to the easily demonstrable Marxian theory, are the opinions of the ruling class. This applies with the greatest force to the opinions held by whites of the Negro. The white ruling class of the South has conspired since the Civil War to deprive the Negro of every economic and political right. The rise of a Negro middle class has been fought consistently, and white workers, imbued with the prejudices of their rulers, have been only too glad to have inferiors to whom they could transmit the kicks given their own posteriors by the feudal aristocracy and the rising industrial capitalists of Dixieland. The final argument for the suppression of the Negro, with which disagreement must be accompanied by readiness to defend one's life against both white Southern workers and capitalists and the social strata lying between, takes the form of the inevitable question. Would you want your sister to marry a black blankety blankety blank blank blank? This is the form into which the hatred and fear of granting equal opportunity to the Negro rationalizes itself. It is the sexual motif which lies like a thick and fetid blanket over the whole South, extending into the North as well, but as a thinner fabric in which rents are appearing, rents torn by the inexorable forces of industrial, political and social development in the United States. Into the labor movement itself has been catapulted the monstrous fallacy, promulgated by a decadent feudalism based on complete subjection of the Negroes, that the black race individually and collectively, lusts with an ungovernable passion for the bodies of white women. This false dogma has been and is used to excuse all overt acts against the Negro on the part of whites when all other excuses fail. A volume could be written on this phase of the race question alone, but it is enough to say here that in other countries where there are large Negro populations, the sexual question does not arise. In the British West Indies, where the Negroes outnumber the whites 50 or 60 to 1, according to the statement of Lord Olivier, formerly Governor-General of Jamaica, no case is on record of an attack on a white woman by a Negro. This instance alone is enough to discredit the whole myth of rape of white women as the basis of hostility to the Negro, even if there were not available the testimony of competent and unprejudiced investigators who, without significant exception, are agreed that the opposite is true. A pronounced penchant of white Southerners for Negro women. The millions of mulattoes are alone proof of the soundness of this conclusion, and that it is extremely doubtful if a dozen cases of attack on white women could be proved as fact in the whole horrid history of the innumerable lynchings of Negroes. Is the Negro a natural strikebreaker? But the discrimination of the unions against the Negro worker is justified by the white workers on other than moral grounds in the North. He is accused of being an incurable strikebreaker and therefore a willing tool of the employers. The influx of Negro workers into industry during the last decade has brought the question of his role in the labor and revolutionary movement squarely before the American working class. The expansion of American industry during the World War and the stoppage of immigration created a great demand for labor. The drafting of thousands of Southern Negroes into the Army intensified the racial antagonism south of the Mason and Dixon line, tore them loose from their feudal environment and gave them an immensely broader outlook. Increasing persecution in the South and the demand for labor in the North brought hundreds of them into northern industrial centers into contact and competition with white labor. Chicago, Pittsburgh, New York, Boston, Gary, Minneapolis and St. Paul, Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo and Toledo in the industrial East and Middle West immensely increased their Negro working class, as did cities lying halfway between North and South like St. Louis, Kansas City and Cincinnati. Migration to North. Chicago is the heart of industrial America, and from these figures we can gain a good idea of the magnitude of the problem created for the Negro himself, the labor movement and the Workers' Communist Party, by a social phenomenon which is well expressed in statistics showing that already in 1920 about 20% of the workers in Chicago, the greatest industrial center in America, were Negroes. The influx of Negro workers did not cease in 1920. It continued through 1921–2223, and figures made public by the Southern state governments show that in this period more than 500,000 Negroes took their scanty belongings and left the Southern exploiters to sulk in helpless rage. The Negro has at last found a way to avenge himself on his Southern persecutors. In 1924 the number of Negroes, gained North, decreased due to the demand for agricultural labor in the South, where several million acres had reverted to the jungle because of the scarcity of labor. The figures on lynching of Negroes in the South for 1924 speak volumes. They show a decrease of 50% with a total of only 19 Negroes done to death. Horrible enough, but eloquent in that they show the increased safety of life and improved treatment in the drop from the 1923 total of 38 as a result of the withdrawal by the Negroes of their labor. The unions of the industrial North and of Southern states like Tennessee, North Carolina and Georgia that are rapidly becoming industrialized, can no longer shut their eyes and presume that only in isolated instances will they be called upon to make a decision. 1/5 of the American industrial workers now have black skins. They are in industry and are going to stay there. Two tendencies show themselves in the labor movement. One is the blind, dangerous and senseless hatred of the Negro workers, encouraged by the unscrupulous capitalists and carried on by the camp followers of capitalism, real estate sharks, prostitute journalists, labor misleaders and all the carrion crew that live on the offal of the system. This is the tendency that brought white and Negro workers into conflict in the Chicago race riots in 1919, in which 23 Negroes and 15 whites were killed and 537 persons of both races injured. The other tendency, manifested only by the Communist Party and the most intelligent and militant of the workers outside its ranks, is perhaps best illustrated by the white workers who gave their lives in an armed struggle to protect a Negro organizer of the Timber Workers Union from the attack of gunmen of the Great Southern Lumber Company, November 22, 1919.1. That Negroes were used to break strikes in the meatpacking, steel and transportation industries, that they are undoubtedly hard to organize in some of the existing unions and are in many cases prejudiced against them, complicates the situation, but it no more proves that the Negro is a natural strikebreaker than the seduction of Negro women by white men proves that the whole male white race is engaged in this pastime. The fact that in those occupations and industries where there are functioning labor unions and where there are any L4 white officials of the Timber Workers Union were killed in Bogalusa, Louisiana, when they protected a Negro organizer against company thugs. Considerable number of Negro workers, but little complaint of the attitude of the Negro workers is heard, is proof that Negro workers can be organized successfully. In the United Mine Workers of America there are not only hundreds of Negro coal miners but Negro organizers as well. In the Teamsters Union, the Building Laborers Union, the Longshoremen's Union, organizations that have something of a mass character, there is practically no color discrimination and none of the racial prejudice found in other unions of the purely craft type. This brings us again to the two principal reasons for the lack of organization among the Negro workers. They are 1. The baseless prejudice of the organized white workers caused by a. Artificially created racial antagonism, sexual jealousy fanned by the constant stream of propaganda, belief in the mental inferiority of the Negro, etc. b. The belief that the Negro worker is a natural strikebreaker as a result of his use as such in strikes of longshoremen, packing house workers, steel workers and other strikes. c. The distrust of the organized workers of any new element in the ranks of the working class. The Negro inherits the labor union prejudice formerly displayed against the foreign-born worker. 2. The Negro workers coming into industry are peasants with the lack of organizational experience characteristic of peasants the world over and with all of the ignorant peasants' suspicion of the city worker. Under the very poorest conditions in industry they have better wages, better food and better living than they have ever experienced before. They must acquire an entirely new standard of comparison before they are interested in unions. It must not be forgotten in making any estimate of the importance of the first reason given, that of the whole American working class, numbering approximately 28 million, less than 4 million are organized, and even though we broaden the definition of union to include many organizations that are not unions at all in the correct sense of the word. The weakness of the labor movement is an important contributing factor to the unorganized condition of the Negro workers. In the South, in 1910, 78.8% of the Negro population lived in rural communities and 62% of all those employed were in agriculture. The peasant character of the Negro migrants is therefore clearly established, and no one who has had any experience with American farmers and agricultural workers at the time of or soon after their transplantation into industry will be inclined to blame the Negro peasant who was in process of becoming an industrial worker for his lack of interest in unions. If in addition to the well-known difficulty of organizing farmers from the northern states, who in bad crop years have established quite a strike-breaking record of their own, we take into account the fact that the agricultural South is comparable to the last years of feudal society in Europe, that in the state of Mississippi as an example, the amount until recently allotted to the public schools was but $6 per capita, we gain a larger insight into the background of the overwhelming majority of the Negroes who came into industry since 1915. It is useless to rail at workers who are the product of such an environment as this. There must be understanding and the patience which can come only from understanding. Upon the white workers rests the responsibility for bringing the Negro workers into the class struggle. When the white workers rid themselves of their ruling class-inspired prejudices, when they see the Negro worker not as an enemy but as ally, when they realize and acknowledge in tones that can be heard by the Negro workers, and by the capitalists who profit from and foment division of the races, that the Negro workers are necessary for the victory in both the daily struggle and the final victory over capitalism, the task of organizing the Negro workers will be found to be not so difficult after all. In every union the left wing must carry on a constant and fearless struggle against every manifestation of racial prejudice. The militants must be prepared to challenge the trade union bureaucracy on this issue just as they have on the general questions of policy and tactics of the labor movement, and as always the communists must take the lead. The work among the Negroes in industry must parallel the work done in the unions of white workers, but for some time it will be of a more elementary character and can only progress as the Negro workers can be shown by concrete instances that the American labor movement wants them as equals and because they are workers. The Negro workers must be shown that the Workers' Communist Party is the only party that fights their class and racial struggle uncompromisingly and without counting the cost. They must be shown by actual activity that the communists are the foe of every enemy of the Negro worker, whether he be Negro-hating trade union official or capitalist. Like the white workers, the Negroes are victimized and misled by the middle class. There is nothing more despicable in American life than the Negro businessman, the Negro preacher, the Negro politician and the Negro journalist who smirk and grovel to the white tyrants and who teach the men and women of their race that the way to secure concessions and recognition is by servility and meekness, by trying to outdo the white man in smug respectability. It is a matter of record that some of these traitors have sold their followers into industrial slavery by means of fake unions which were nothing but scab agencies. These two-time betrayers of the black race and betrayers of the black working class, must be fought and discredited, and this will have to be done by Negro communists, revolutionary Negro workers who understand both the racial and class issues in the struggle. The Workers' Communist Party must train Negro organizers and Negro writers so that as the labor movement is forced by economic pressure to organize the Negro workers, acquainted by these leaders of their own race with the true role of the labor movement, can become a tower of strength to the revolutionary elements within it. The task that confronts the American Workers' Communist Party, in organizing the Negro workers and rallying them for the daily struggle and the final overthrow of capitalism side by side with the white workers, is no light one. On the contrary, it is a difficult and dangerous job. No one who does not appreciate this fact should be allowed to come within 1,000 miles of the work. It is something that cannot be expedited by undue optimism, nor can the work be furthered by magnifying to Negro comrades the mistakes of the party and exaggerating its present strength and abilities. Ill-balanced comrades who know little of the role of the Negro in American industry and less of the labor movement, comrades who appear to think that the whole problem centers around the right of the races to intermarry, whose utterances give one the impression that they believe the labor movement, a product as it is of historical conditions in America, is a conscious conspiracy against the Negro workers, comrades who, without thought of possible consequences, would have the party begin immediately the organization of dual independent Negro unions. Such comrades as these are useless in this work. There are two things necessary before we can mobilize any great number of Negro workers for our program. The first is the development of some communist Negro leadership. The second is a point of contact with the Negro masses. There must be established as soon as possible a communist Negro press as a vital part of the party machinery. The existing Negro press is feeble when it is not actually traitorous. The problem of the Negro in American industry has taken on an important international aspect. From among the American Negroes in industry must come the leadership of their race in its struggle for freedom in the colonial countries. In spite of the denial of equal opportunity to the Negro under American capitalism, his advantages are so far superior to those of the subject colonial Negroes in the educational, political and industrial fields that he is alone able to furnish the agitational and organizational ability that the situation demands. The American communist Negroes are the historical leaders of their comrades in Africa, and to fit them for dealing the most telling blows to world imperialism as allies of the world's working class is enough to justify all of the time and energy that the Workers' Communist Party must devote to the mobilization for the revolutionary struggle of the Negro workers in American industry. The Workers' Monthly, March-April, 1925. Abridged. The Racial Question in Soviet Russia. By Lovett Fort Whiteman. This article was written shortly after the author's return from Soviet Russia, where, by his own account, he spent 8 months in travel and study of the situation of the peoples formerly oppressed by Tsarism. He finds a similarity between such Tsarist oppression and the conditions of blacks in the United States, especially between them and the Jews of Russia, and is struck by the absence of racial hostility under the Soviets. He also makes a parallel between the oppression of Negroes in the United States and of colonial peoples in general under imperialism, particularly in the arrogance and feeling of racial superiority induced by imperialism in the working classes of the dominant race. There was no country in the world more harassed with racial problems than Russia before the revolution. In the Crimea, it was Tatar against Turk; in the Caucasus, Georgian against Armenian; in the Ukraine, Gentile against Jew; and in Asiatic Russia, Muslim against Christian. It might be said that the Jew was the Negro of Russia, insofar as the Jewish question exhibited in its general outlines many features common to the Negro problem of America. Under the Tsarist regime, the Jew was not permitted to live in the larger and important cities of Russia, and in only a few places was he permitted to carry on agricultural pursuits. A fundamental measure of the Tsarist policy toward the Jewish race in Russia was that of segregation, and thus the Jew was confined to what was called the Pale Settlement, a strip of territory on the Austrian border. The Jew was subjected to periodic wholesale lynchings, termed in Russia pogroms. No Russian of reputed respectability would patronize a cafe that served Jews. The Jew was in every sense of the term a pariah in Russian society. In Asiatic Russia, particularly in Turkestan, the native people were not given equal accommodations on tramways, in theaters, in restaurants, etc., nor were adequate school facilities afforded them. No Muslim native was permitted to live in what was known as the European section of the cities in Turkestan. Of the many racial groups within the old Russian Empire, each and every one had its social problems. Racial maladjustment was an outstanding fact in the social life of old Russia. But following the proletarian revolution, the Bolsheviki approached these racial problems with a directness and a scientific understanding such as characterizes the statesmanship of no other country in the world. Wherever the Jew, prior to the revolution, was strictly segregated and ostracized from the full life of the nation, today he has become a complete integer of national life. He lives wherever he chooses, and the question of the Jew no longer constitutes a subject of political discussion. In respect to the races of the Caucasus, of Crimea, and of Eastern Russia, which constituted colonials within the old Russian Empire, the recent territorial realignment made by the Soviet government has meant the creation of a number of republics in which each of these races may enjoy group autonomy as a solution of the national and racial problems and the means by which every trace of racial friction is obliterated. The native race of Turkestan is the Uzbek people, but since October, Turkestan has been converted into what is known as Uzbekistan. An Uzbek race which, before the revolution was subject to the most repressive policy on the part of the Tsar, finds itself today a quite free and independent and a politically important people. The Kyrgyz people, a nomadic race of the Russian steppes, have for themselves a Kyrgyz republic. The Turkomans, of Middle Asia, have their republic. The Armenians, who have suffered much both under the Sultan of Turkey and the Tsar of Russia, have their own republic. It is the same with the Tatars, the Georgians, etc. These many republics do not stand alone as small political entities, isolated from the larger and more developed Russian life, but together they constitute the Russian Federation of Socialist Soviet Republics, or the Russian Union of Socialist Republics. A prime motive of my trip to Russia was to ascertain to what extent the Soviet system of government was able to effect a solution of the many vexatious racial problems of old Tsarist Russia. My 8-month stay in Russia, attended with travel and study, has rendered me thoroughly convinced that the solution of the Negro problem in America is possible only after the revolutionizing of the American social order. Race prejudice is not an inherent thing in the mental makeup of the individual, but springs from the capitalist order of the society. It is probable that no colonial people suffer the weight of imperialism to the extent that the Negro does, whether he be in the New World or in Africa. If we look at the map of Africa, we note that there are only two free and independent Negro states, the Republic of Liberia on the west coast, and the Abyssinian Empire on the eastern coast. The rest of Africa has been parceled out among the imperialist nations of Europe, and we find Portugal politically responsible for territory in Africa 21 times the size of Portugal itself, Belgium with territory almost 40 times its size, and Britain and France ruling far more black than white men. All in all, this is an unnatural situation and certainly cannot continue. The extent of the power of any given imperialist state over the darker races may be a fine measurement of the extent to which racial problems obtain within that particular state, for in the very nature of imperialism the working class of the dominant race assumes an attitude of arrogance and racial superiority towards the colonial peoples in that state. The American Negro has never been contented under his social conditions. He has begun many movements with the definite aim of his social uplift. The outstanding social abuses always uppermost in the mind of the Negro masses are those of lynching, Jim Crowism, residential segregation, political disfranchisement in the South, industrial discrimination, etc. His reformist organizations are directed primarily towards the removal of these social inequalities. But we find that those who direct the fate of the race are themselves so involved in the interests of the ruling class of this country that they, out of self-interest, are always compelled to limit their actions. Race riots, lynchings, racial hostility in general between the black and white worker are conditions conducive to the maintenance of the system. The Negro petty bourgeois leader, the Negro intellectual, have betrayed the interests of the working class of the race time and time again. And if the Negro is developing at this time a real revolutionary group, it is because more and more of the members of the race are coming to see that freedom and the solution of the Negro problem can only come through a mass movement on the part of the Negro working class. The Negro proletariat holds the key of salvation of the race. The communist society of the future alone will save the race, and it will be in the new society only that the inherent and native power of the race will be enabled to bloom forth in full fruition, and the Negro to give his true and real worth to human progress. The Workers' Party is the Communist Party of America, and it is the logical party to which the Negro race should ally itself, for it alone is the only party which can propagate the idea of equality for all peoples. Daily Worker, May 7, 1925. Resolution of Parity Commission. The following resolution was unanimously adopted by the Parity Commission for submission to the National Convention of Workers' Communist Party to be held August 21, 1925. The Parity Commission was established on the advice of the Communist International in preparation for the forthcoming convention in an effort to overcome the sharp factional struggle in the party, which arose to a great degree from differences over the Labor Party and the La Follette movement during 1922-24. The commission was composed of 3 each from the Foster-Biddleman Group and the Ruthenberg-Pepper-Lovestone Group, with a C representative as chairman. Both groups were given equal representation in the new Central Executive Committee approved by the convention, although the Ruthenberg faction managed to retain the key posts. See Dunn's discussion of the parity resolution below in Our Party and the Negro Masses. The resolution given here is the most comprehensive statement of the party position on the Negro question during that period. The Negro industrial worker. The tremendous transformation among the Negro masses resulting from the World War and after-war conditions, with the heavy migration of Negro agricultural laborers and tenant farmers into the cities and industrial districts, has placed the Negro definitely in a new position in relation to the American labor movement. From being a sectional question, the Negro problem became a national question. From being a secondary factor in industrial labor, the Negro moves into the position of a great mass, employed in basic industries, and already in notable strikes in the coal fields, etc. He has shown himself eminently fitted for the front ranks of militant organized labor. The question of the full and unstinting admission of the Negro to the trade unions is placed more sharply than ever before at the door of the trade unions. The constitutions of many of the trade unions exclude the Negro from the unions. In the case of those unions which have no such provisions in their constitution, the Negro is nevertheless discriminated against. The increasing pressure of the Negro worker for admittance into the trade unions is an instrument for profound revolutionary change in the labor movement. It is no accident that the Gompers bureaucracy opposes the entry of the newly industrialized Negro proletarians into the trade unions. As an important and growing part of the most exploited section of the proletariat which does not share in the miserable bribes with which imperialism poisons the upper section of the working class, the mass of Negro industrial workers is objectively and potentially a part of the left wing of the labor movement. In those unions into which the Negroes are being admitted, for instance the coal mining unions, the Teamsters, longshoremen, building laborers, janitors, etc., the Negro plays an important part in strengthening the militant section of the working class. The obstinate failure to organize the general mass of unskilled proletarians, whose entry into the labor movement would serve as a further basis for proletarianizing the ideology of the trade unions and revitalizing the class struggle, is a part of the general service which the trade union bureaucracy contributes to its capitalistic masters. And the failure to make a clean sweep of all obstacles to the Negroes' entry into the unions is an especially significant part of this service to capitalist reaction, for race prejudice of the white worker against the black worker is today more than ever a powerful weapon against the solidarity of the working class. The cause of the Negro in the labor movement is essentially a left-wing fight, and one which must energetically be championed by the Workers' Communist Party. Our party must make itself the foremost spokesman for the real abolition of all discriminations against Negroes in trade unions and for the organization of the as yet largely unorganized Negro workers in the same unions with the white workers on the basis of equality of membership, equality of right to employment in all branches of work and equality in pay. Our party shall bring pressure on the unions through the activity of our communist fractions among the Negroes already in the unions, getting them to fight militantly for the abolition of the color line and by the activity of the whole left wing forcing the abolition of all racial discrimination. Our party must work among the unorganized Negro workers destroying whatever prejudice may exist against the trade unions which is being cultivated by the white capitalists, the Negro petty bourgeoisie, and the opposition of the reactionary bureaucracy is such, and must arouse them to demand and fight for admission. Our aim must be to show to the white workers that only by complete solidarity of the races can any progress be made by either and to show to the Negro workers that in spite of the anti-Negro character of some unions that in those unions where Negroes are admitted the racial question has been liquidated to the largest degree. Our demand is for the inclusion of the Negro workers in the existing unions, as against racial separation, as against dual unionism. Where Negroes are not permitted to be in the existing, white, trade unions, it is the duty of the communists to take the initiative in the formation of organizations of Negro workers declaring in principle against dual unionism and against racial separation, and declaring as a primary purpose the struggle for admission into the existing unions, but functioning as full-fledged Negro unions during the struggle. The Negro tenant farmer and agricultural worker. 8 million Negro agricultural workers, sharecroppers and tenant farmers live in the southern states in a condition in some respects resembling the serfdom of Europe 200 years ago. Agricultural laborers are forcibly held in compulsory labor under corporal punishment. Tenant and share farmers are bound to the earth, by force prevented from leaving a locality where they are adjudged to be in debt to landlords who exercise the rights of feudal masters. A racial caste system, remaining from the chattel slave period, sharply divides the exploited masses into black and white, thus facilitating the most cruel exploitation. Political rights are practically withheld from the Negro laborer and farmer. It is the duty of our party to take the initiative in organizing Negro agricultural workers into labor unions, together with white agricultural workers if possible, but separately if unavoidable, and to bring such unions into the general labor movement. Another supremely important duty of the party is to promote the organization of Negro tenant farmers, sharecroppers and small farmers generally, together with white farmers of the same exploited class if possible, and to bring such organizations into cooperation as allies of the labor movement. The Negro and the Labor Party. The task of the communists among the Negro worker, as always were, is in its first stage to bring about class consciousness and to crystallize this in independent class political action against the capitalist class. The profound social changes of the war and post-war period have already shown indications of a partial exodus of Negro masses from the Republican Party, and this represents a break with tradition, a visible evidence of the beginning of the end of the alliance of the Negro with the capitalist class. The Labor Party slogan and campaign possesses a peculiar usefulness in the work of bringing the Negro workers into the economic as well as the political labor movement. We shall advance the idea of the Negro workers taking an initiatory and leading part in the formation of the Labor Party. With this in view, we shall in every Labor Party action prominently raise the issues of discrimination against the Negro politically, industrially, and in public customs. The disfranchisement of the Negro in the Southern states must be made an especially urgent reason for the political organization of the Negro workers through collective affiliation with the Labor Party, and the winning of political rights for the Negro proletarians must be placed before both white and Negro workers as an immediate objective of the Labor Party movement and a necessity for giving the workers' political movement its full strength. Negro membership in the Communist Party. It is absolutely essential that greater numbers of Negro workers capable of a leading part in the struggle be immediately drawn into the Workers' Communist Party. In all of our party actions, all party units must make an especial effort to reach and enlist the most advanced Negro workers into our ranks. In order to meet our problems, it is necessary to draw these comrades into responsible party work. A great significance of our work among Negroes is that it will facilitate the task of enlarging and establishing our party in the Southern states, which has become a prime necessity that can no longer be postponed. Social demands of the Negroes. All slogans of equality which are current among the Negro masses, or which can be awakened among them, which express the aspirations for equal rights and equal treatment of Negroes in political and economic life and in public customs, are placed among the demands of the Workers' Communist Party. Such are the demands for political equality, the right to vote, social equality, abolition of Jim Crow laws and also Jim Crow customs not written into law, the right to serve on juries, the abolition of segregation in schools and the right of Negro teachers to teach in all schools, equal rights of soldiers and sailors in Army and Navy without segregation in colored regiments, the right to frequent all places of public resort without segregation, hotels, theaters, restaurants, etc., and the abolition of all anti-intermarriage laws. In the course of the struggle with such demands, we will demonstrate through experience that these aspirations can be realized only as a result of the successful class struggle against capitalism and with the establishment of the rule of the working class in the Soviet form. Lynching and race riots. It is the duty of our party to meet the problem of lynching and race riots, not merely with words of sympathy, but the concrete organizational methods which can be effectively applied. The essence of the problem is to create a united class front of the working class. We shall endeavor to have established in localities where both Negro and white industrial workers are employed, permanent interracial labor committees against lynching, against terrorization of Negro and white workers, against the Ku Klux Klan, against the use of one race of workers against the other in strikes, against inequality of pay, against race discrimination in obtaining employment, for the full admission of Negro workers into the unions with equality of membership rights, for the complete organization of both Negro and white workers into the same unions. It shall be our endeavor to have such interracial committees of workers serve as a medium through which the solidarity and cooperation of the working class and all workers' organizations can be obtained in terms of crisis such as strikes, race riots, attempted lynchings, etc., to prevent conflicts between the workers of the two races and to prevent lynchings. The Negro and the Army. With the World War and the conscription of the Negro youth, Resentment of discrimination and other brutal treatment in the Army and Navy became a major phenomenon among Negro toilers. Out of this mass conception arise many slogans and demands which the Workers' Communist Party must energetically champion, and which especially the Young Workers' League can well champion. The movement against segregation of Negroes in Jim Crow regiments, against discrimination in the kinds of tasks assigned to Negro troop units, against discrimination against individual Negro soldiers, against the sharp and brutal punishment of whole groups of Negro troops. 24th Negro Infantry, case-13 summarily hanged, 56 imprisoned. Against the principle of white officers for Negro troops, against Negro officers' failure to defend the Negro troops from discrimination, etc. The customary employment of Negro _PS in imperialistic aggression against weaker peoples. Spanish War, the Philippines, and Mexico in 1916 intensifies the duty of the Communists to awaken among the Negro masses a sense of their own relation to the class struggle in the United States and their relation to the present world awakening of the suppressed races, their relation to the new worldwide capitalist slogan of white supremacy, as in China. In short, an understanding of the international role of capitalist governments and their own role in the revolutionary epoch. Negro race movements, partly as a result of the internal transformation among the Negro population in the United States and the West Indies, and also partly as a reaction to the war and the national liberation movements throughout the world, especially the colonial ferment in Africa, Asia, the Philippines, Haiti, etc. A Negro race movement centering in the United States has been stimulated to large proportions. This movement was first crystallized into organizational form among West Indian working class immigrants in New York and other United States seaports, as well as the British West Indian possessions, but spread rapidly among the Native American Negroes, mostly of the working class. Under the name of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, a fluctuating membership, at times approaching the 500,000 mark, was organized. At first it showed distinctly anti-imperialist tendencies, with specific working class demands such as the demand for opening the trade unions to Negroes with equality of pay, etc., as shown in the 1920 program of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. At all times these demands have been confusedly mixed with utopian conceptions. Rapidly, however, under the leadership of its principal founder, Marcus Garvey, the utopian pacifist conception that the oppression of the Negro in America and the world could be remedied by the building of a national Negro state in Africa, and that hence the struggle in this country is unnecessary, has become the dominant note of the organization. The exploitation of the Negro masses by demagogic leaders of this organization who copy the arts of the Jewish Zionist movement, soliciting funds from white capitalists on the ground that they will teach the Negro toilers to submit to white supremacy, i.e., capitalist supremacy in this country, while officially denying but in fact cultivating the dream of mass migration to Africa, is one of the cruelest aspects of betrayal to which the black worker is subjected. An intense sympathy with the colonial revolts of the Chinese, the Riffians, Sudanese, East Indian, West Indian and Javanese peoples against imperialism is, however, an almost universal phenomenon among American Negro workers. It exists in a militant aggressive non-pacifist form, not only among some of the rank and file of the before-mentioned organization, but also widely beyond the limits of any organized form. This phenomenon is found in its highest development among Negro industrial workers who completely repudiate the cult of submission in America and who conceive their fate to be bound up with the American labor movement. In the Negro race movements and organizations, it is necessary constantly to emphasize the colonial program of the Communist International, pointing out that only with a united world front of all the exploited, only with the conjunction of the proletarian revolution with the revolt of the colonial peoples, can victory be attained. We should encourage the Negro workers to take an interest in and support the movement for freedom of the suppressed colonial peoples. But it is not permissible to encourage the utopian idea that the Negroes in this country can win their emancipation through mass migration or through the establishment of a Negro nation in Africa. The reformist leaders, Garvey, etc., do not have a program for the liberation of the Negro peoples throughout the world. The revolutionary movement headed by the Communist International has a program which will liberate the peoples of Africa, Asia, etc. together with the proletariat of the countries. The Communist International, and its American section, is a friend of all liberation movements of oppressed peoples, and opposes only the misleaders and betrayers of the mass organizations of Negroes. Other Negro race movements. The African Blood Brotherhood, with a program of class struggle combined with a militant championing of the special demands of the Negro workers against racial discrimination, is an organization which has done a pioneer work of considerable value in organizing a militant advance guard of Negro workers. Otherwise, its chief successes have been those cases when it has employed the United Front tactics for enlarging its contact with an influence upon wide circles. Our policy in relation to this organization is to have the local organizations merge with the units of the American Negro Labor Congress. In the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Negro petty bourgeoisie, together with middle-class white reformists, and under the partial leadership of the bourgeoisie, such as represented by Senator Burton, chairman of the last Republican National Convention, find the chief medium for reformist operations. Yet it is a singular paradox, and a reflection of the now passing period of the patronizing of the Negroes caused by the capitalist class, that this organization at its last convention appeared in the role of championing, though in a timid and respectable way, the Negro workers' right to admittance in the trade unions. Even in this organization, under present circumstances, it is permissible and necessary for selected communists, not the party membership as a whole, to enter its conventions and to make proposals calculated to enlighten the Negro masses under its influence as to the nature and necessity of the class struggle, the identity of their exploiters and their leaders in the same persons, and the treacherous nature of the reformist measures proposed. However, it is only when the communist work is so broadened and extended in the field of Negro movements as to make our party stand out as the only real champion of the Negro against lynching, all discriminating and all oppression and exploitation, that we can successfully combat the influence of such bourgeois movements. The aim of our party in our work among the Negro masses is to create a powerful proletarian movement which will fight and lead the struggle of the Negro race against exploitation and oppression in every form, and which will be a militant part of the revolutionary movement of the whole American working class, to strengthen the American revolutionary movement by bringing into it the 11,500,000 Negro workers and farmers in the United States, to broaden the struggles of the American Negro workers and farmers, connect them with the struggles of the national minorities and colonial peoples of all the world, and thereby further the cause of the world revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat. Daily Worker, June 28, 1925. Our Party and the Negro Masses. By William F. Dunn. The author opens by quoting that part of the resolution drafted by Lenin for the two Congress of the Communist International which includes the American Negro among the subject nations, but he makes no further comment on it. He does argue against those who oppose the economic to the social demands of the Negro, holding they cannot be separated since the social demands reflect the reality of the inferior social status imposed by capitalism. In the discussion of the parity resolution, it should be noted, the author's emphasis is almost entirely on the role of the northern black proletariat while ignoring middle-class elements and southern semi-feudalism. He also takes a more negative attitude to the Garvey movement than others, like Robert Minor. The Theses of the Second Congress of the Communist International on the National and Colonial Question, drawn by Comrade Lenin, and constituting one of his greatest contributions to the theory and practice of the proletarian revolution, say: the constant violations of the equality of nations and the infringements on the rights of national minorities practiced in all the capitalist states in spite of the democratic constitutions, must be denounced in all propaganda and agitational activity of the Communist International, within, as well as outside Parliament. It is likewise necessary, first, to explain constantly that only the Soviet regime is able to give the nations real equality, by uniting the proletariat and all the masses of workers in the struggle against the bourgeoisie. Second, to support the revolutionary movement among the subject nations, for example, Ireland, American Negroes, etc., and in the colonies. The resolution of the Parity Commission on the question of our party among the American Negro masses gives a practical expression to the theses of the Second Congress and the contributions of the role of communist parties among colonial peoples and national and racial minorities made by the Fifth Congress in the light of the rich experiences gained since the Second Congress. But between the general tasks as outlined in the theses of the Second Congress and the goal towards which we drive described in the conclusion of the Parity Commission decision, there is a long series of immediate problems and tasks with which the Parity Resolution deals. For that reason, it is necessary that all party members read carefully the resolution and understand it, not as an academic expression of our attitude towards the Negro masses, but as a program which must be followed and given life in our daily work. The Parity Commission resolution points out the leading role of the Negro industrial worker and the important part he plays in the liberation of both his race and the whole working class. Speaking of the 1/3 of the Negroes who live in cities and towns, the resolution says, "From the Negro industrial workers the leadership of the American Negro mass movement must come." This categorical statement of the Parity Commission resolution should dispel effectively any tendency to make the Negro rural population the main center of our activity. The Negro farmers, like the white farmers, have a mighty part to play in the proletarian revolution, but the hegemony of the national liberation movements which precede it must always be vested in the working class vanguard. The importance of the trade unions as centers for the struggle against discrimination within their own ranks and as weapons in the battle for full social, political and economic equality is emphatically stated in this Parity Commission resolution. The tasks of our party inside the unions in organizing the Negro and left-wing white trade unionists for struggle against racial hatred and the resulting enmity and restrictions, as well as our task in stimulating organization among unorganized Negro workers to force entrance to the unions on an equal basis, are fully stated. No comrade who reads this portion of the resolution can have any excuse for minimizing the importance of breaking down all barriers to Negroes in the trade unions as a major task, and of the tremendous part the unions can play as joint organizations for the struggles of black and white workers. As in all other important problems of our party, differences of opinion have arisen and discussion has raged over the relative importance of social and economic demands of the Negro masses as the basis for communist agitation, propaganda and organization. In the heat of the discussion, some comrades have lost sight of the fact that the two cannot be separated but inevitably combine into and make up the political demands around which center the liberation struggles of the American Negroes. In other words, the social demand slogans serve to direct the attention of the Negro masses to the concrete facts of the inferior social status forced upon them by American capitalism, and to direct their attention to the class nature of society as the cause of this oppression. It is obvious that social demands vary in importance for the work of our party in proportion to the success of the Negro masses in different sections of the country in securing relief from the more flagrant forms of oppression and persecution. It is necessary that our slogans are not realized simply as random shots but that they are adjusted to the various concrete situations that exist. The correct attitude of our party towards the Garvey movement with its hopeless program of migration to Africa is stated by the resolution in its section dealing with the American Negro Labor Congress. In connection with the linking of the struggle of the American Negroes with those of their African comrades, the Congress should point out the error of holding up Africa as a Negro Mecca. This should serve to correct the tendency, heretofore manifested by some leading comrades, to look upon Garvey as a natural leader of the American Negro masses and thereby unconsciously aid his work of confusion and betrayal. From among the Negro trade unionists, the unorganized industrial workers and from such organizations as the American Negro Labor Congress, we must draw into our ranks the most conscious and militant of the Negro workers, building communist leadership as a result of our mass activity. Our work in this field will require much patience and persistence, and we will do well to remember the words of Lenin. The age-old oppression of colonial and weak nationalities by the imperialist powers has not only filled the working masses of the oppressed countries with animosity towards the oppressor nations, but has also aroused distrust in these nations in general, even in their proletariat. These prejudices are bound to die out slowly, for they can disappear only after imperialism and capitalism have disappeared in the advanced countries. It is therefore the duty of the class-conscious communist proletariat of all countries to regard with particular caution and attention the survivals of national sentiments in the countries and among nationalities which have been oppressed the longest. It is equally necessary to make certain concessions with a view to more rapidly overcoming this distrust and this prejudice. Complete victory over capitalism cannot be won unless the proletariat and, following it, the mass of working people in all countries and nations throughout the world voluntarily strive for alliance and unite. L. Daily Worker, August 13, 1925. L.V. I. Lenin, from Preliminary Draft Theses on the National and Colonial Questions, in Lenin. Selected Works. International Publishers, N.Y., 1967, Volume 3, p. 427. A Call to Action. The call for the American Negro Labor Congress was issued probably in the late spring of 1925, in accordance with the proposal originating with the Workers' Communist Party. See, for example, the resolution of the Parity Commission, above. It represents the first significant effort of that party to organize Negro masses, with emphasis upon the working class. Although the call set, sometime in the summer, for the projected Congress, it did not convene until October 25, 1925, in Chicago. Among the 17 signers, at least 6 were members of the party: Edward L. Doty, H. V. Phillips, Otto Hall, Otto Hoosewood, Lovett, Fort Whiteman and John Owens. It is notable that the call for the Congress, while stressing labor primarily, covered the broad range of black rights. Today, during the closing year of the first quarter of the 20th century, we note with pride the worldwide stirring of the darker races against European imperialism. The Rif people of Morocco, in northern Africa, have signally defeated the Spanish army and driven the invaders from their soil. The natives of the Sudan are in armed revolt against England's policy of hypocritically pretending to give Egypt her independence and at the same time retaining the richest part, the Sudan, as an organic part of the British Empire. In South Africa, the Negro is daily asserting himself, and has thrown the full force of his organizational strength against the unjust measures for his oppression. During recent years, France has endeavored to institute in her Congo possessions in Africa the barbarous, red rubber system of King Leopold of Belgium, but each day increases the rising tide of revolt on the part of the native people. The present conflict in China arises from the organized opposition of the Chinese working class to bold aggressions of the European imperialists. The workers and peasants of India are determined to drive every vestige of British authority from the soil of India. We might go on giving example after example of the growing political self-consciousness of the darker races in other parts of the world and their pronounced determination to free themselves from the yoke of their oppressors. Yet if we stop to think, there is no racial group in the world more borne down by handicaps of social restraint than the 12 million Negroes of North America. And yet the American Negro is not helpless, for today he holds a large place in the industrial life of the country and his chief weapon is his mass organizational strength. By virtue of this, the Negro working class alone has the power with which to bring the new emancipation to the race in general. More and more we are coming to recognize this fact. But it means that this particular social force latent in the life of the race must first be mobilized, coordinated and shaped into a great national medium expressing the social, political and cultural aspirations of the race. The idea of the American Negro Labor Congress is to bring together the most potent elements of the Negro race for deliberation and action upon those most irritating and oppressive social problems affecting the life of the race in general and the Negro working class in particular. The Negro race of America was freed from the bonds of chattel slavery 62 years ago. Yet if we examine our present condition, we are obliged to recognize that much of the condition of chattel slavery still clings to us. The American Negro Labor Congress will consider such problems as the payment of equal wages for equal work, regardless of race and sex. It is a common condition throughout America to find a white worker and a Negro worker employed side by side, and often the white receiving 50% more than the Negro worker. It is the same with respect to women doing the same work as men, yet receiving much less pay. The American Labor Congress will fight for the abolition of industrial discrimination in factories, mills, mines, on the railroads, and in all places where labor is employed. This is a condition that is responsible for there being so few avenues of occupation open to the Negro man and woman of America, resulting in a constant and extraordinary element of unemployment in the race. This condition reflects itself in our moral life, giving rise to prostitution and too often to an imperfect home life among our people. The American Negro Labor Congress proposes to stir the working masses to take some organized action against the unjust conditions of residential segregation imposed upon the Negro in our larger cities, which results in our being compelled to pay exorbitantly high rents. Today the matter of paying house rents has become a supreme factor in our daily life, and we note with chagrin an increasing parasitical class within our own race that grows fat on the transfer of apartment houses from whites to Negroes at increased rents. The white and black workers must be made to see that they have a common cause in the proposal of the American Negro Labor Congress to make plans for the waging of war against the policy of the officialdom of the trade unions which bar Negroes from membership, our aim being to break down this racial discrimination. We shall assume an attitude of helpfulness towards the many groups in every part of the country which are at present agitating a nationwide campaign for shorter hours of the working day for both men and women. In view of the many futile appeals to our National Congress to make lynching a federal crime, the American Negro Labor Congress shall propose that the seat of action be changed to the masses themselves, and shall endeavor to stimulate and promote the organization of interracial committees throughout the nation with the aim of bringing about a better feeling between white and black workers as a remedy against lynching and race riots. Racial antagonisms arise from class exploitation. Racial antagonism is not an inherent thing in the mental makeup of the individual. The child, it may be noted in the most remote sections of the southern states, does not affect racial arrogance until brought in touch with public institutions, the school, the church, the press, etc. Racial antagonism springs from the present order of capitalist society in which less than 10% of the people own and control everything, including the agencies of public opinion, and through these agencies of public opinion they carefully cultivate the spirit of hostility between the workers on the basis of racial and religious differences. By so doing, they make it easier for the rulers to exploit, rob and plunder white and black worker alike. Not only must the American Negro and white worker be made to see that they have a common aim, but they must learn that both have a common cause with the working class of the world. The American Negro Labor Congress shall demand the abolition of Jim Crowism, not only in the southern states, but throughout the nation. The American Negro Labor Congress shall bring to bear the full force of its organized strength against any measures on the part of any section of the nation to curtail the right of the ballot of any section of the working class. We shall demand the right of Negro pupils to attend all schools anywhere within the nation and the right of Negro teachers to teach in any school. We shall endeavor to arouse the agricultural workers, tenant and share farmers of the South, to the necessity of organizing among themselves, supported by the industrial workers of the cities, for the purpose of uprooting the hated peonage system and landlordism practiced in the backward agricultural districts of the South. We shall demand the right of the Negro to equal accommodations with whites in all theaters, restaurants, hotels, etc., better working conditions for Negro men and women everywhere, and the full abolition of child labor. These, as well as many other social abuses weighing heavily upon the life of the Negro, shall be treated by the American Negro Labor Congress. The American Negro Labor Congress will mark a new epoch in the life of the American Negro, yet at the same time we as a race must take on something of an international viewpoint and come to see that the Negro question is a part of the great and important world question. The Congress shall be composed of delegates from the various independent Negro labor unions, from mixed unions, white and black, from unorganized factory groups of Negro workers, of representatives of Negro agricultural workers and of individual advocates, both Negro and white, who are well known for their championship of the cause of the Negro working class in particular. It is planned that the Congress shall take place in Chicago sometime during the summer, the exact date of its opening to be decided later. Every Negro working class organization, every Negro leader who is genuinely interested in the uplift of the Negro working class, is being asked to cooperate to make this Congress not a mere passing affair in our daily life, but a great and historical event that shall ever remain influential and far-reaching in the national life of the American Negro. The American Negro may well look with sympathy upon any plans to free Africa from the grip of French and British imperialism. But we cannot escape from the conditions here at home, and we must devote our best energies toward abolishing the social evils that daily affect the life of the Negro here. The strength of the race rests in its working class, and it alone has the power to lift the race out of the mire and break the shackles of the oppressor. Stand behind the Negro working class. Rally to the American Negro Labor Congress. Promote unity and harmony between the workers of all races. Signed, William Bryant, Business Manager of Asphalt Workers Union. Milwaukee, Wis. Edward L. Doty, Organizer of Negro Plumbers, Chicago. H. V. Phillips, Organizer of Negro Working Class Youth, Chicago. Elizabeth Griffin, President of Chicago Negro Women's Household League. Everett Green, Chicago Correspondent of Afro-American, Baltimore, Maryland. William Scarville, of the Pittsburgh American. Charles Henry, Representative of Unorganized Negro Steel Workers, Chicago. Otto Hall, Waiters and Cooks Association, Chicago. Lewis Hunter, Longshoremen's Protective and Benevolent Union, New Orleans, La. Otto Hoosewood, African Blood Brotherhood, New York City. Lovett Fort Whiteman, Organizer of Congress. Aaron Davis, Neighborhood Protective Association, Tumsuba, Miss. John Owens, Organizer of Negro Agricultural Workers. Tipley, C.A. Rosina Davis, Secretary of Chicago Negro Women's Household League. E. A. Lynch, Fraternal Delegate from West African Seamen's Union, Liverpool. Jack Edwards, Representative Negro Pullman Car Workers, Chicago. Sahir Karama, Fraternal Delegate from Natal Agricultural Workers, South Africa. 4-page pamphlet, published in Chicago by the Daily Worker Publishing Company, N.D., probably spring of 1925, in editor's possession. Herbert Aptheker, editor, A Documentary. History of the Negro People in the United States, 1910 to 1932. Citadel Press, Secaucus, N.J., 1973, pp. 488 to 493. Proceedings of the American Negro Labor Congress. The American Negro Labor Congress opened in Chicago on October 25, 1925, with no more than 40 accredited delegates. The following proceedings are condensed from the daily reports of the sessions in the Daily Worker, the Chicago Defender, and a few other black weeklies that carried digests of the proceedings. The generally hostile atmosphere was accentuated by the presence of numerous police officers and Secret Service men in and around the meeting hall. At the opening mass meeting, the delegates were welcomed to Chicago by A. Andrew Torrance, on behalf of the Negro Press, and by N.S. Taylor, on behalf of the lawyers. A telegram of support was sent to Dr. Oisin H. Sweet of Detroit, who, together with 10 co-defendants, was charged with first-degree murder while defending his home against a racist mob. September 9, 1925. With the support of the NAACP and with Clarence Darrow as his lawyer, he won the case. George Wells Parker, mentioned as a principal speaker at the last session, was a young black scholar who lectured widely on Negro history, hitting at racism and encouraging black confidence and pride. He died shortly after his speech at the ANLC. Bishop William Montgomery Brown, making his first public appearance after being unfrocked as Bishop of the Protestant Episcopal Church, spoke at the evening session on October 27. He was 81 years old. His speech was printed in full in the Chicago Defender. November 7, 1925, and excerpts from it are given separately below. The opening mass meeting of the American Negro Labor Congress on Sunday night received with boundless enthusiasm the reports of Lovett Ford Whiteman, national organizer of the Congress, and H.V. Phillips, its national secretary. The keynote of the Congress was struck by Ford Whiteman when he said that the aim of the American Negro Labor Congress is to gather, to mobilize, and to coordinate into a fighting machine the most enlightened and militant and class-conscious workers of the race in the struggle for the abolition of lynching, Jim Crowism, industrial discrimination, political disfranchisement, segregation, etc., of the race. No color line there. Over 40 delegates participated in the opening sessions of the Congress, together with an audience of colored and white workers who crowded the hall to its doors. The crowd met with applause and cheers the statement of Richard Moore, delegate from New York City, that the American Negro Labor Congress repudiates forever the policy of slavish submission preached by such so-called leaders of the race as Booker T. Washington, who was perfectly willing to repudiate the demand of the race for social equality. Neither the scurrilous attacks of William Greene, who warned the colored workers to stay away from the Congress, nor the vile and slanderous attacks of the capitalist press, seem to have dampened the enthusiasm of the colored workers for the Congress. Telegrams of greetings read. Telegrams of greeting have been received from labor organizations all over the world. Among others, the South African Industrial and Commercial Union of Negro Miners, the Peasants International, and the Defense League of Italian Peasants have sent messages hailing the Congress as a great step forward in the emancipation of the oppressed people. C. W. Fulp, President of the local union of the United Mine Workers of America in Primrose, Pennsylvania, and Norval Allen, Southern organizer of the American Negro Labor Congress, told of fights waged by Negro workers to enter the trade unions and urged the delegates to adopt concrete measures of organization. The entire capitalist press, including the race press owned and controlled by a few wealthy Negroes, has been carrying out what Lovett Ford Whiteman, national organizer of the Congress, characterized before the Congress as a conspiracy of silence. Months before the Congress opened, the capitalist newspapers were carrying exposés of this gathering of Negro labor, branding it as a tool of Moscow, which will only fool and betray the colored workers. One and all, they warned the colored workers to keep away from this Congress, to boycott it. And now that their efforts have resulted in complete failure, these papers have resorted to the expedient of ignoring the Congress. Since the Congress opened, only one or two of the capitalist papers have mentioned the gathering. The others have dismissed it with a notice and a lying sentence or two. The American Negro Labor Congress completed a discussion of the Negro worker and the trade unions with a mass meeting on Monday night, the subject of the first business session on that day. The subject of the mass meeting was the bar of color prejudice raised by the officialdom of the trade unions, with the result that very few Negro workers can gain admittance to the unions. The speakers discussed ways and means of organizing the colored workers to fight their way into the unions, and stressed the necessity of a united front of labor, black and white, against the aggressions of the bosses. Again and again the speakers pointed out to the audience the tilde logan which was stretched across the front of the hall. Organization is the first step to freedom. Otto Hoosewood, a colored worker from New York and a delegate to the Congress, urged the Congress to take concrete steps toward the organization of the Negroes into labor unions. He pointed out that when color prejudice works in such a way as to keep Negroes out of various other organizations, they do not for this reason remain on the outside of these activities but organize their own. The Negro workers must take the same stand with regard to the trade union question, Hoosewood pointed out. If they cannot force the AFL officialdom to admit the Negro workers, then these workers must organize their own unions and use these organizations not to fight the white workers but to get into the movement of the whole working class and fight with it in its struggles against the owners. Daily Worker, October 28, 1925. Brother Circa W. Fulp, a delegate from the United Mine Workers. Local 2012, was chairman of the evening session and, after a few introductory words, introduced Lovett Fort Whiteman, national organizer of the American Negro Labor Congress. Lovett Fort Whiteman read the following answer to the telegram sent by the American Negro Labor Congress to Dr. O'Sheen, H. Sweet, we, Drive, O. H. Sweet and 10 co-defendants thank you for your sympathy and support. With such people we cannot fail to fight to establish the right of any American citizen to buy and live in homes commensurate with their means and aspiration. Another telegram was read from the striking Polish miners of Shamokin, Pa, who expressed their solidarity with the purpose of the American Negro Labor Congress. George Wells Parker then addressed the Congress. It was 5 or 6 weeks ago that I learned of the American Negro Labor Congress. When I read the article by William Green, president of the American Federation of Labor, warning the Negro to stay away from this Congress because he said it was directly connected with the Soviets of Russia, the moment I read the article one became interested in the Congress. There was a time when they said freedom was bad for the Negro. They also said education was bad for the Negro. They said association with whites was bad for the Negro. No matter what the Negro wants, what he desires, it is a bad thing for the Negro. So when Mr. Green said this Congress was a bad thing for the Negro, I became interested. Parker then began to show the relation of the Negro to the Ku Klux Klan. In decrying the attempts of many Negro workers to ignore the Klan issue, he said, "The Klan is not dying. The Klan is going ahead by leaps and bounds. I receive at my desk 15 different Klan papers. They are organizing chapters in every hamlet and town. They have set 1935 as the year when they shall take government." Parker then read a part of the Klan ritual. The social chasm between whites and blacks is greater now than it has ever been, and it must still be made greater by teaching the inferiority of all races excepting the white. We must not only constantly teach that they are inferior and destroy all facts that might prove otherwise, but we must suit our actions to these teachings so that they will forever believe in their inferiority. This Klan is drawn up so true, declared Parker, so deep, psychologically, that it is not possible to circumvent them except by organization. He then finished his speech with a rousing cry to the Negro to know more of his own race and rid himself of the inferiority complex which he suffers, and called upon him to unite with the workers of all lands in the common struggle against the common foe. R. B. Moore, of the Ethiopian Students' Alliance of New York, followed Parker. He called upon the Negro workers not only to tell of the things they are going to do, but also to do them. In speaking of the future that America holds for the Negro, he said, "The United States is the darkest place in the world for the poor man. When we look to the east, we see the dawn, the rise of a new movement that is taking hold of the minds of men. It is not a golden dawn, but a crimson dawn." He then began to describe the accomplishments of the workers of Russia, who through mastering the principles of organization were able to overthrow the most despotic government in the world, and the Jew, whom he described as the Russian Negro, today is safe from pogroms and has been armed by the Bolsheviks in power to prevent recurrences of pogroms. In decrying the present Negro leadership of doctors, lawyers, etc., who have always betrayed the workers of the race, Moore said, "You Negroes have to develop a new type of leader. He must come from the workers, one who will not bend the knee." Daily Worker, October 30, 1925. Bishop Brown's speech. Church all wrong. When I preached about God and heaven and a brimstone hell, I was no living voice crying out of the present. I was a phonograph grinding out an outworn message from a dead past. I knew nothing about what God really was, and why talk about what you don't know? The other bishops didn't know either. Bishops as a rule, do little thinking, they're too busy building up dogma. For the same reason they do little work. There's only one religion, the desire to make the most out of life. There's only one politics, the effort to find a way to accomplish this. What difference does it make whether you're a Catholic, Protestant, or Jew? I could be all of them. If there is a still, small voice calling within you and urging you on in a fully, nobler and more abundant life, then you have the true religion, regardless of whether it happens to be in style or not. Fashions in religion change. Even golden rules change, wear out, and get in the rubbish heap. The old Hebrew golden rule was, an eye for an eye, but it gave way to the so-called Christian rule of, do unto others. Now the time has come for that to give way to a raceless, classless, creedless golden rule. Unto all according to their abilities, unto each according to his needs. The world is being damned instead of saved by a religion which insists upon literal belief in supernaturalism. There is not a word of truth in it, and salvation depends upon knowing the truth. Bishops and ministers who try to make a 20th century world slow up to a 13th century religion serve no useful purpose. The hell of fire and brimstone may have scared the 13th century religionists, but we have our own hells of mob violence, lynching and discrimination. We need a religion which will face the reality of the present. Not a creed. Religion is not a creed, it is not belief in anything. It is merely a desire for a fuller and better life. It is a burning passion that makes men aspire to higher things. Without it all men die. People are longing for just that sort of religion, and while they wait for its expression in the churches, the church busies itself asking leaders whether they believe literally in some fairy story. Oh, my soul, as if any literal interpretation of any Bible could free a people from slavery. The time is ripe for a change. We must find a way to articulate the religion of the times. And it is you working men who will lead in the change. Labor is human life. It is the holiest cause, I know. No religion has any right to be called holy which does not lead to a freer life for the masses of men, and the masses toil. The church needs you. It needs to feel the great religious significance of meetings like these. The capitalistic church has no solution for present ills. Workers have. The Christian church was started by workers, and you workers must take it back and redeem it. Chicago Defender, November 7, 1925, abridged. William Greene's attack on ANLC. Statement of American Negro Labor Congress. The press gave prominence to the warning of William Greene, president of the American Federation of Labor, that black trade unionists were being led into a trap. The communists called the Congress, he thundered, to mislead Negroes into believing all their grievances will be remedied by overturning the government of the United States and establishing a Soviet Republic, and to instill race hatred into the lives of that race. Not all black newspapers swallowed that bait. The Baltimore Afro-American, August 15, 1925, for example, responded editorially. If the American Federation of Labor has something better to offer the American Negro than the communists of Moscow, they need not fear any widespread development of this radicalism among the group. And it commented further, October 17, 1925, that the Congress movement meant not the danger of communism among blacks but was an expression of dissatisfaction with present economic and social conditions. The attitude assumed by the President of the American Federation of Labor toward the American Negro Labor Congress, in published statements, is clearly erroneous, harmful and prejudicial to the best interests of the American labor movement. These statements alleging this Congress to be an effort of Bolsheviks to stir up hatred between the races are distinctly contrary to facts and can only serve the ends of the most reactionary oppressors of labor whose foul purpose it is to destroy every genuine attempt of workers to unite for their protection and improvement. Mr. Greene must know that such tactics are the chief stock in trade of open shop, union-hating, labor-grinding bosses, the abuse and vilification of the striking miners of West Virginia, who are fighting heroically for a decent existence, is a clear example, and in resorting to these injurious tactics he helps to strengthen this pernicious anti-union propaganda which must prove a boomerang to the American Federation of Labor itself and to the entire organized labor movement of America. It is doubtful whether the author of these statements altogether grasps their full significance, for they imply logically that the only group in the American labor movement genuinely and sufficiently interested in the Negro workers to aid them in their struggles, and to undertake earnestly and practically to organize and unite them with their white fellow workers, is the very same communist group which they denounce. A further implication, one which will be strongly resented by every intelligent manly Negro worker, is the insulting idea that they are fools and tools, that they lack sufficient intelligence and manhood themselves to realize their oppression and to initiate a movement for their emancipation. The truth of the matter is that the American Negro Labor Congress was organized by Negro workers who, while welcoming the cooperation and support of all sections of the labor movement, reserved the determination of its policies and destiny and property to the Congress in session assembled. The Congress would not have been surprised to be denounced by the enemies of labor, but certainly did not expect to be denounced by the responsible head of a great labor organization which includes in its ranks the largest number of organized Negro workers, and which thereby had the power, if it desired, to have the largest delegation in the Congress through which to guide and shape the policies of the Congress in session. Such an attack upon the Congress, therefore, cannot fail to be interpreted by the majority of Negro workers as an unwarranted attempt to destroy their first nationwide effort to find their place in the organized labor movement, and will tend to confirm their suspicions of the sincerity of those labor organizations which do no more than pass paper resolutions about unity of black and white workers. The American Negro Labor Congress, therefore, deeply deplores this erroneous and harmful attitude and calls upon the American Federation of Labor to correct the misleading characterization of this Congress and to cooperate with it wholeheartedly to realize in fact that unity of the black and white workers of America which alone can ensure their protection, advancement, and emancipation. Daily Worker, October 29, 1925. Resolutions of the American Negro Labor Congress. Trade unions. Trade unions are the organs devised by the working class as a result of its struggle with the capitalists. Trade unions which fail to unite all workers regardless of nationality, color or religion on the basis of the common necessity for resistance to the tyrannies of the bosses, likewise fail in their duty to the working class. The failure of the American Federation of Labor officialdom, under pressure of race prejudice benefiting only the capitalists of the North and South, to stamp out race hatred in the unions, to organize the Negro workers and to build a solid front of the workers of both races against American capitalism, is a crime against the whole working class. We condemn those who would fasten the stigma of strikebreaker upon our race, and we likewise condemn those unscrupulous members of our race who, acting in behalf of capitalist agencies, attempt to recruit scabs, create suspicion and division in the ranks of the working class and bring discredit to our race. We demand the immediate removal of all restrictions in all unions upon the membership of workers of our race in them, whether openly stated as in the Constitution of the International Association of Machinists or enforced by the so-called gentlemen's agreements in other unions. We instruct our members in all unions to wage an uncompromising fight for the removal of all such bars to Negro membership. We declare our readiness to engage in all struggles of the working class. Should the A.F.L. unions persist in their policy discrimination, the Negro workers will organize themselves, use their own unions as weapons in the fight to enter the general movement of the workers. In Daily Worker, October 27, 1925. Full equality. The so-called democratic society in the United States of America is so organized that a distinction is made between races. Regardless of written laws, political and civil rights are not given to the Negro in the same degree as to persons of the white race. Especially in the southern states, nearly all rights as men and citizens are taken away from the Negro. It is a fundamental custom of public life to treat the Negro as an inferior caste both in the North and in the South. The Negro people are confined to the most miserable residence districts as an outcast people who cannot choose their place of residence among the general population. We are segregated in miserable separate railroad cars as though we were cattle unfit to mix with human beings. In many cases we are segregated in separate labor unions, or denied the right to organize at all. In employment we are generally segregated, being confined to the hardest and most disagreeable kinds of labor. Our children are in many places not permitted to attend the general public schools, but begin life as a segregated caste. Negro teachers are not permitted to teach according to their ability in most of the public schools. In hotels, restaurants, theaters and such places of public resort for the general population, we are usually excluded and driven away at the cost of much inconvenience, suffering and humiliation. These social customs which degrade our people to a place of inequality in the nation, either legalized or established by tradition, show that a racial caste system is a fundamental feature of the social, industrial and political organization of this country. This social degrading of our people, which has become as consciously a part of the political system that a late President of the United States publicly declared a political principle, uncompromisingly against every suggestion of social equality. This social degrading is not a question of relationships between individuals, but a question of relationship of classes. It is an attempt to create and perpetuate a permanent class of doubly exploited workers at the bottom of the social system. Intent upon holding down the workers of all races as a general lower class, our masters wish to make us a lower class within a lower class. The white worker must be made to realize that this discrimination against the Negro worker comes back against him ultimately. To reduce the Negro worker to a lower level, tends to drag the whole working class down to a similar level, and in the South, where the caste system is most extreme, the condition of the poor white people is the proof. The First American Negro Labor Congress solemnly believes that the Negro workers and farmers of this country will abolish the system of race discrimination. We declare that race discrimination, degradation and general inequality of racial groups, the whole caste system, must be absolutely and completely abolished. We demand the full equality of the Negro people in the social system of the United States and everywhere. Against Hoover, at an address in New Orleans. Social inequality. We raise the standard of social equality. We unqualifiedly refuse to regard our people as inferior in any respect. We demand the full equality of the Negro people in the social system of the United States and everywhere. We demand the abolition of all laws which openly or by subterfuge discriminate against our people, or which in any way recognize a distinction of races. We champion this demand, not only for our own race, but also for all other races, yellow or brown. We declare that all claims of the inherent difference between races are ignorant and unscientific if not pure hypocrisy. We demand 1. The abolition of all laws which result in segregation. 2. The abolition of all Jim Crow laws. 3. The abolition of all laws which disfranchise the Negroes, or any working people, on the basis of color or race or place of birth, ancestry, the lack of a permanent home, the lack of property, or for any other reason. 4. The abolition of all laws and public administrative measures which prohibit or in practice prevent colored children or youths from attending the general public schools or universities. We also take notice of those established customs which discriminate against Negroes in practice, although not written into law. We demand 1. The abolition of the right of landlords and real estate agents to discriminate against the colored race in renting or selling homes, and to this purpose we demand that the renting and selling of homes shall be taken out of the hands of all private persons and be made a matter of public administration with the first applicant served regardless of races. 2. We demand the full and equal admittance of our people to all theaters, restaurants, hotels, railroad station waiting rooms, and all other places of public resort, and no separation or recognition of color distinction, and that heavy penalties be imposed against persons who discriminate. We regard these political and social demands as embodying the demand of full social equality for the Negro people. Daily Worker, October 28, 1925. Ku Klux Klan. The Ku Klux Klan declares its purpose to preserve white supremacy, meaning to keep the Negro permanently out of his rights of equal citizenship, and degraded to the conditions of a wild animal to be persecuted, hunted, tortured, and burned at the pleasure of white individuals or mobs not content with the legal means of suppressing the Negro under democratic government, which are bad enough. The Ku Klux Klan forms itself into a criminal band for illegal murder, coercion and terrorization, assuming to act as a secondary government. The Klan directs its venom, criminality and bigotry not only against the Negro but also against other hard-working people who happen to have been born in other countries and brought here to do the hardest labor of the industries of this country, and also against religious liberty. This criminal organization shares the authority of the government in many places. It is semi-officially recognized in some states and has complete control of other state governments. Not only does the federal government fail or refuse to act against the band of bigotry and crime, but the influence of the Klan can be seen in refusal of Congress to enforce the 14th and 15th Amendments, and can also be seen in legislation recommended to Congress, including the proposals which seek to force all foreign-born working people to carry passports and be registered with the police and to be segregated in special residence districts as the Negroes are segregated. Therefore, be it resolved by the American Negro Labor Congress that we declare the Ku Klux Klan an enemy of humanity, and that we will fight it to the bitter end, and will make common cause with foreign-born workers and others who are persecuted by it. Juries. It is a general custom of police and criminal courts to accord every white defendant a jury composed of white persons, but at the same time to exclude Negroes from juries to try Negro defendants in important cases. This custom is based on the theory that the white man alone proves the presence of race prejudice in every such trial. Therefore be it resolved by the American Negro Labor Congress that as long as the principle of white supremacy exists, a Negro cannot get a fair trial before a white jury or a mixed jury. And we demand that a belief in white supremacy shall be a legal bar to anyone serving on a jury to try a Negro. Be it further resolved that no Negro owes any respect or obedience to the decisions of any court in which he is discriminated against. Free speech, press and assemblage. The Constitution guarantees the freedom of speech, press and assemblage, but in recent years certain reactionary groups which succeeded in winning political power in various sections of the nation have robbed the poorer class of people of the above-mentioned rights. Therefore be it resolved that the American Negro Labor Congress condemns such acts, whether legislative or otherwise, as a tyrannous infringement on the rights of the working people. Army and Navy. Be it resolved that we demand that Congress pass a law forbidding the Army and Navy to make or keep any record whatsoever making any distinction of Negro and white in the military, air and naval forces in time of peace or war, or in any way to segregate the races in these services, and be it further resolved that we deny the right of any nation to conscript any Negro while such nation holds our race and class in subjection and inequality. Daily Worker, October 30, 1925. Negro Youth. When thousands of young Negroes entered the industries of the North during the migration, the bosses did their best to stir up racial prejudices between the young Negro and the young white workers. They did this because they wanted to keep the young Negroes working for even lower wages than the young white workers. These young Negroes who are discriminated against in this way are forced to work for the lowest imaginable wages, and in certain shops and industries young Negroes are employed almost entirely in an effort to keep the wages down and increase the profits. These young Negro workers get as low as $10 to $15 a week, the young Negro girls and women getting nearer the lower scale. On this they are expected to live. These young Negroes who are being forced to work in greater and greater numbers on account of the low wages their parents receive are an important source of cheap labor for the bosses and are used by them in cutting down the wages of the other workers. Daily Worker, October 20, 1925. Negro children and child labor. Most of the Negro child laborers are found in the South, where records show that almost 1 million Negro children of school age are not enrolled in the public schools. Not only is segregation the common practice in the public schools of both the South and the North, but especially in the South the states discriminate against the Negro school children through unequal expenditures for education, etc. For example, in South Carolina, there is only $5 invested in school property for Negroes, while there is $60 invested for the whites. Similarly, there is only $8 invested in school property for Negroes to $74 for white in Louisiana, and much the same in the other states throughout the South. The school term is shortened so that the Negro children can be sent to work in the cotton fields as early as possible. In the North, the most marked discrimination consists in segregation, housing of Negro children in the oldest, most unsafe and unsanitary school buildings and inferior educational arrangements of all kinds. Daily Worker, October 20, 1925. Housing segregation. The American Negro Labor Congress declares itself unalterably opposed to the segregation of our people in separate residence districts. We declare the discrimination against Negroes, in regard to which part of a city they may live in and which part they may not live in, is a political question and must be dealt with just as we deal with discrimination in voting. The time has come when the living accommodations of the public cannot be left to the private control of a few wealthy parasites who decide where the colored man may live and where he may not live, or whether he can have a house to live in at all. We demand legislation by which all tenements, apartment houses and homes to let shall be subject to the claim of the first comer, regardless of race or color or the will of the landlord. It is common knowledge that Negroes are customarily charged rent at a rate of 20% to 100% higher than is charged for the same apartments rented to white people. We demand legislation for a fixed rental for all places to be let, with heavy penalties and damages whenever a landlord charges higher rents for one race than would be charged another race for similar accommodations. We declare that any Negro real estate agent who connives in charging more rent to his own people than would be paid by whites, is a renegade and a traitor to his own people. In advocating the foregoing measures of relief, we do not regard them as being permanently effective. This Congress advocates taking the whole housing question out of the hands of private individuals and advocates taking over of all rented residences by the public, to be rented without discrimination of color to the people at a fixed low rental. We further advocate that the housing shortage in the cities and towns be relieved by the local government building modern apartment houses to be rented on the above basis. It is also a custom of large employers of colored and white labor, such as mine operators and mill owners, to house their employees in company houses, and thereby to control the lives of the workers, being able to throw them out of house and home whenever the bosses please and whenever there is a disagreement about wages or working conditions. We demand any legal measure that may be necessary to prevent any employer of industrial labor owning or controlling homes rented to his employees. Pending legislative relief, and during the present period when the Negro's rights are ignored by governmental agencies, we call upon the residents of all Negro communities to organize colored tenants' unions so as to be able in an organized way to refuse to pay exorbitant rents, or to consent to live in inferior buildings or segregated districts. Daily Worker, November 14, 1925, Magazine section. Imperialism and the American Negro. Imperialism is the enslavement of the entire world by capitalist nations or groups of capitalist nations, bringing under their oppressive rule the 1,100,000,000 darker-colored peoples in Asia, Africa, the Philippines, Mexico, Haiti, Puerto Rico, Central and North America. From the colonies and semi-colonial regions, the imperialist nations secure immense supplies of raw materials produced at a lower labor cost by reason of the inferior social, economic and political status forced upon the darker-skinned peoples. In these regions also the imperialist nations find markets for the output of their factories. Here also they conscript recruits for the armies with which the imperialist nations wage war on one another, on Soviet Russia, on the colonial peoples themselves and on the working class. By force, bribery and debauchery, the imperialist powers maintain division among the darker-skinned peoples, and from the proceeds of the robbery practiced upon them, are able in turn to bribe and debauch certain up-R sections of the working class in the imperialist nations. Without the profits from the conquest and sweating of the darker-skinned peoples, the great imperialist nations cannot maintain themselves. For these reasons, the complete liberation of all the darker-skinned peoples of Africa, Asia, America and South America from the rule of world imperialism is of life and death importance to the whole working and farming classes, colored and white, in the imperialist nations, their colonies and spheres of influence. We call attention of the American Negro masses to the recent announcement of the entry of American imperialism on an immense scale in the $100 million Liberian project of the Firestone Rubber Company into the African continent, hitherto the exclusive field of Great Britain, France, Belgium and Holland, and in an imperialist industry monopolized by Great Britain. We declare that this new rivalry arising over the question as to whether British or American imperialism shall have the power to oppress and rob millions of our race, means an added menace of imperialist war in which our race, unless awake to its danger, will be conscripted by both sets of imperialists and slaughtered by the millions. But there is encouraging evidence that our race, and the natives of India, China, Egypt and Morocco, are moving to break their chains of bloody bondage. There follows a description of national liberation and anti-imperialist struggles, in addition to the above-named nations, in the Philippines and Panama, and the extension and intrigue of U.S. imperialism in Mexico, and throughout South America. In the United States, the Negro masses are given the cruelest mockery of freedom. Their social status is that of a colonial people. In the southern states, our race is subjected to lynching, accompanied by bestial tortures, victimized by vicious peonage and contract labor systems, denied the franchise, segregated, deprived of anything but the most meager educational opportunities, discriminated against and oppressed in every conceivable manner. In the North, we are denied entrance to many unions, murdered in race wars fomented by real estate agencies and capitalist enterprises bent upon fanning race hatred and further dividing the Negro and white workers, discriminating against the Negro workers in wages and conditions of labor. Our grievances and our cause are those of our race brothers in Africa and the darker-skinned peoples in the colonies of world imperialism. Our oppression, our cause and our enemies are the same as those of hundreds of millions of workers and farmers in Asia and Africa. This Congress declares for unity of the masses of our race in America with the masses of Africa and Asia. In the world struggle against imperialism, we, Negro workers, are to occupy an important place. Cursed though we are with intolerable oppression, we have through our struggles with the rulers of the most advanced capitalist country in the world, gained valuable experience in the fields of industry, politics and organization, experience that has been denied members of our race in most other lands. In the light of the lessons we have learned from the terrible struggle we have been forced to wage, it is not too much to say that from our ranks will come the leadership of our race in its fight for liberation from imperialist oppression. It is with the full knowledge of our responsibilities to our race that we hail the rising liberation movements in Africa and Asia, that we welcome the long-delayed recognition of the necessity for solidarity of all oppressed, black, white and brown, as shown by the French workers in support of the Riffian struggle, the sympathetic attitude of the British workers to the Chinese and Indian independence movements, the growing unity of the working class and colonial peoples against their common enemy. The white workers cannot free themselves without the aid of us dark-skinned people, and we cannot liberate ourselves unless they join with us in an assault of the world bastions of imperialism. We hail the workers' and farmers' government of Soviet Russia as the first to bring into being full social, political and economic equality for all peoples, white and dark-skinned. We call upon the members of our race to recognize this signal accomplishment of the first workers' and peasants' government as the sign manual of what the future holds for the toiling masses of the whole world when the workers and farmers follow its example and imperialism has been driven from the face of the earth. As a first step in connecting the struggles of our race in America with its worldwide struggle against imperialism, this Congress of Negro workers and farmers instructs the National Executive Committee to convene a World Congress of our race. It further instructs the American Negro delegates to this World Congress to lay the foundation for a world organization of the workers and farmers of our race and to make this organization a leader and fighter in the liberation movements of all the darker-skinned peoples in the colonies of imperialism everywhere. Welcome Soviet Russia, the friend and ally of the oppressed of all races. Welcome to all who join with us in the fight for emancipation from imperialist slavery. Daily Worker, November 14, 1925. Editorial comment on the American Negro Labor Congress. The American Negro Labor Congress was commented upon widely in the press and the journals. Typical of the white newspapers was the lengthy review beginning on page 1 of the New York Times, January 17, 1926, headed, "Communists Boring into Negro Labor." It concluded that the ANLC bears the same left-wing relationship to the Negro labor movement as William Z. Fosters Trade Union Educational League bears to white labor, both, directed from Moscow, and seeking to create red nuclei in the trade unions in order to subvert them. A roundup of white press opinion in The Literary Digest, November 21, 1925, recorded similar views expressed by other leading newspapers. For example, the Chicago Tribune. Behind the ANLC is a plot of Red Russia to spread communism among the colored people of the entire world, and to stir up race hatred and disorder. Others chose to emphasize the futility of the Congress. The Philadelphia Record found ridiculously childish the idea that the American Negro could be Bolshevized. The Memphis Commercial Appeal found it a vain undertaking. The Philadelphia Bulletin predicted it will have no influence. The Minneapolis Journal saw no reason to lose sleep over it. The Virginia Pilot agreed it would end in a complete fizzle, but warned if conditions did not improve for the Negro, he will become radical. Among the Negro press, the response was quite different. True, many expressed caution or suspicion, as did the Cleveland Gazette, August 15, 1925, on the eve of the Congress. We cannot afford to flirt with the Reds of this or any other country. Others were circumspect in their criticism. For example, the Conservative Opportunity magazine of the Urban League, December 1925. It cannot be denied that there has been agreement among Negroes with all the grievances as expressed by the American Negro Labor Congress, but an equal indifference to its ultimate purpose, communism. With respect to William Greene's warning, it commended sharply. It has seemed peculiar that they, the Negroes, should be urged to keep away from a working group that asked merely to call them brother by another group which in so many instances spurned that opportunity. The Baltimore Afro-American was outspoken in its defense of the Congress. You may call it communism or Bolshevism, it editorialized November 7, 1925, but what the ANLC has been saying about the exploited Negro workers is the naked truth. Neither radical or red are the resolutions of the Congress which have been adopted in one form or another by every Negro organization. Commenting on a speech by Lovett Fort Whiteman in Baltimore summarizing the ANLC program, columnist William N. Jones, March 13, 1926, wrote, "If this is red propaganda, then for God's sake let our readers supply themselves with a pot and brush and give 12 million colored people in this country a generous coating." The Chicago Defender, the black weekly with perhaps the largest circulation, gave rather full summaries of the sessions of the Congress, and its comment was supportive. The only outward evidence of the Red Terror, which was alleged to have dominated the convention, occurred in the brilliant display of color at the Vincennes Dance and Frolic, the closing event of Congress, November 7, 1925. In the same issue, it editorially called William Greene, head of the largest Jim Crow organization in the world, issuing warnings to his segregated charges, and declared, "We are bound to admit that the Congress Manifesto is true." In a biting, sarcastic editorial entitled, "Bolshevize Us?" Oh, no, it gave some 4,000 inches reasons why blacks love America, all acts of racial oppression. In The Crisis, edited by W.E.B. Du Bois, issue of April 1926, Abram L. Harris, then executive secretary of the Minneapolis Urban League and to become an outstanding Negro historian, wrote a lengthy appraisal of the Congress entitled, "Lenin Casts His Shadow Upon Africa." The national press, he wrote, suffered paroxysms of fear over the ANLC, but one could not conclude that it was a very revolutionary assembly, since it expressed the real grievances of the Negroes. Not Soviet gold, he continued, but social facts furnish the explanation for the convention's radicalism and its departure from the racial assumptions and logic of the older Negro social institutions. When the promise of racial equality is reinforced by daily observance of equality in social practice as is done in the Workers' Party, it must have a tremendous appeal to a disadvantaged group such as the Negro. He ends his article with a question. After Garvey, what? And answers, communism. Bolshevize us? Oh, no. They are afraid our race will turn Bolsheviki. All America seems to be upset about it, that is, white America. They say that we minus 15 million of us are ripe for Bolshevizing and that Moscow is now preparing to reap the harvest of a black communistic America. That's what they say, but they are wrong. There are about 4,000 reasons why we will never turn Bolsheviki. In every walk of American life we see them. They face us in church, in our homes, on the streets, in our government halls, in the cemeteries and in all places of amusement. We live in a great country, great in natural resources, teeming with opportunities, overflowing with prosperity, producing 3/4 of the world's wealth and dictating the political and economic policies of the universe. We form an integral part of this country. We have grown up with it from its infancy, have taken a delight in its progress and have contributed our part toward making it what it is. We have tilled its soils, hewn its forests and laid the stones for the foundation of its greatness. We have fought in its wars, showing our utmost devotion in sacrifice. And now they say we would turn against it. They say we would cast our lot with Moscow and sow the seeds of revolution in our virgin country. God forbid. Why should we want to become Bolsheviks? Are we not satisfied with conditions as they are in this country? Do we not have the real privileges of witnessing our women abused by white men almost any day in the year? Aren't we entertained with lynchings at the rate of a man or woman a week, and sometimes more throughout the years as regularly as they come? Don't they provide special traveling accommodations for us on southern trains, where we can, by paying the same fares as whites, sit in filthy, unsanitary and unsafe compartments for days at a time? Don't many of these cars provide one toilet for men and women, and don't they make it possible for us to listen to funny, though obscene, jokes told by white trainmen and certain traveling salesmen who occupy our car for smoking purposes and gambling? Our race turned Bolsheviki, when we can remain loyal to our country and enjoy its blessings and these beautiful conditions? We should say not tilde. We are perfectly satisfied to be refused decent seats in theaters because of our color. We are more than pleased when we are arrested because we seek to buy food in an eating place. We are overjoyed at having a mob stone our home because our white neighbors object to our color. We think of Dr. Sweet in Detroit being tried for murder because he defends his own home, and we naturally renew our fealty to the government that tries him and swear eternal allegiance. We gloat when we read of the Rhinelander case in New York, when we read of this imbecile millionaire youth declaring that he wants to be freed from his wife because she happens to be of Negro extraction. We shout gleefully when we see a beautiful church wrecked by a bomb, because we know that our white Americans did the bombing, and we know that it is an extraordinary part of our American existence. We encourage the passing of laws against intermarriage because we know that these laws protect white womanhood while exposing our women to the brute passions of white American men who have already filled this country with mulattoes, with people who have no race to which they can rightfully lay claim. Why should we even consider Bolshevism when we are barred from many of the labor unions and are robbed of a means to earn an honest living? Are we not content to have our government bar us from its buildings, herd us like pigs into prison camps, keep us out of the naval and air forces and our tax-maintained institutions for military training? Don't we have the distinction of being Jim Crowed in our own government buildings where we are employed, in separate toilets and locker rooms, and are we not even herded into separate sections to work? With these conditions facing us in this country, to which we have grown accustomed and with which we are in perfect accord, is there any chance that we will ever turn to Bolshevism as a solution of our own peculiar problem? No, not one. We are Americans first, last and always. We are with America in all her perversities, and while we look disdainfully at Moscow, with her overtures of complete equality and justice, we demand that our country remove these very things set out above, of which we have appeared to boast by our silence and inaction. Ho hum. Chicago Defender, November 21, 1925. The First Negro Workers' Congress. By Robert Minor. In this appraisal of the American Negro labor Congress, Robert Minor sees its central significance as the first gathering of its kind, setting the course for a mass movement clearly based on the black working class, and raising the prospect of that class influencing and eventually leading the Negro liberation movement as a whole. But he proves more realistic than some friendly commentators in the non-communist press when he concludes that it cannot be said that this movement is as yet a mass movement, which was still to be shown. He notes the few organized Negro workers behind the delegates, of whom only a handful directly represented labor unions, as well as the complete absence of representatives of black farmers. He welcomes the rise of young, able, black organizers as shown by the Congress, and seems to place on their shoulders the sole responsibility for carrying on its work. Neither the fears of the bourgeois press, nor the expectations of the communists and their associates, proved realistic. Only a few local councils of the ANLC were established, consisting mostly of communists and their supporters, and the joint local committees of labor and black organizations envisioned by the Congress did not appear. The ANLC was a determined effort by the communists to initiate work among the black masses, and it was significant for that reason. It also exposed to wider attention the party program on the Negro, and brought into prominence a core of black communists, some of whom were to become leaders in the party. But the ANLC gradually faded away. Writing in the Communist International magazine only 3 years after the formation of the ANLC, James Ford and William L. Patterson judged the work of that organization entirely insignificant, and found it adhered so closely to the communist program that it appears as a Negro Communist Party. See below under Sixth World Congress. In his The Negro in the Democratic Front, New York, 1938, page 32, Ford wrote 10 years later that the ANLC was almost completely isolated from the basic masses of the Negro people. Another Congress was not held until 1930, when the ANLC was transformed into the League of Struggle for Negro Rights. But what mass character did the Congress really have? The answer to this question is the important thing. Anyone who regards the matter of the American Negro masses as one of deep, primary importance, and not as one of secondary importance, not as a thing to be judged by the scale of tempests in teapots, will not be ready to say that this movement is as yet a mass movement. The practically universal admission of antagonistic newspapers, both the white capitalist and Negro newspapers, that this Congress was a large mass affair, must not be taken too seriously by the earnest young men and women who were at the head of the movement. The fact that its enemies called it a mass movement shows what a low standard has been set for mass movements among such enemies. This makes a curiously interesting and profitable study. A look behind the scenes of all Negro movements shows that they have practically all been nothing more than periodical conferences of prominent persons, delegated by nobody and present only by virtue of a vague general recognition and possession of the price of a railroad ticket. That method of constituting Negro conventions was the outgrowth of old traditions. And how easily it was assumed to be the only method was rather humorously proved at this Negro Labor Congress, which reversed the method. A Mr. Reed appeared at this Congress asking to be seated. Having realized that some sort of credentials would be required, he presented a document signed by the governor of the state of Oklahoma, which certified that he was appointed as a delegate to the Negro Labor Congress. It was a perfectly serious document, and strictly in accord with precedent. It meant that Mr. Reed was a prominent Negro citizen, and according to all tradition this was the sole requisite entitling him to a voice in any Negro conventions or Congress. He was seated as a fraternal delegate. It must be said that organization, in the true sense of the word, is a new phenomenon among the Negro masses. And when we understand this, and when we see the reversal of the traditions and forms of the past, we get closer to the answer as to whether there was a mass character to the American Negro Labor Congress. A hard-boiled organizer will have to say that there were only a very few thousand of organized Negro workers behind the delegates who sat in the American Negro Labor Congress. There was only a small handful who directly represented trade unions, and to anyone who appreciates the essence of this as a Negro Labor Congress, the matter is highly important. Undoubtedly, however, the significance of this weakness is mitigated by the fact that many Negro, federal, labor unions which wanted to send delegates and which were watching with earnest sympathy its results, were finally terrorized out of sending their delegates by the threat of the president of the American Federation of Labor, who implied that these unions would be deprived of their charters if they participated. A considerable number of unions were represented indirectly through the delegates of local councils, in which they participated. Another very serious weakness lay in the complete absence of representation of Negro farmers. Must build on new foundation. The successful formulation of a clear program, and the reception of this program by the crowds of Negro workers who attended the Congress, are also matters of much importance. A factor of primary significance in this Congress is that it makes a big step toward the hegemony of the Negro working class organization in the general Negro race movement. Hitherto there has been professional class leadership, as a matter of course, and with no organizational basis. Now for the first time, groups of Negro industrial workers begin to elect their delegates. That this tends to throw the center of gravity of the Negro movement into the Negro laborers' ranks is obvious. And that many Negro middle-class intellectuals are bewildered and frightened by the fact, is but natural. As the Negro Labor Congress had at least a spinkling of representation from most of the big industrial centers, the Mr. Reed's credential, to all to whom these presents shall come. Greetings. Know ye, that reposing special trust and confidence in the ability and integrity of Frank W. Reed of Oklahoma City, I.M.E. Trop, Governor of the State of Oklahoma, do hereby appoint and commission him a delegate to the National Labor Congress of Colored Workers to be held in Chicago, Illinois. Ivan under my hand at the city of Oklahoma City, the 20th day of October, in the year of our Lord, 1925, year of the independence of the United States of America 100th and 50th. M. E. Trop. Governor of the State of Oklahoma, Daily Worker, October 28, 1925. Character of the program, as one adapted to the mass needs of the Negro workers, and as one which is shown to be so adapted by the spontaneous acceptance of it by many hundreds who watched its development, can be considered in connection with the question of the mass character of the Congress. I repeat that this question was not answered by this one convention, but is held in abeyance until the organizers show whether it is in them to utilize the nucleus and the connection which they have formed. This was the first American Negro Workers' Convention. It had a reverberation of considerable magnitude among the Negro masses. It laid the basis for an unprecedented mass organization. It showed that there have developed among the Negro workers a number of strikingly able young leaders. For the first time it has thrown among the confused, misled and swindled Negro toilers a program adapted to the class character of the Negro masses. There is every reason to believe that upon the basis already laid there can be a Congress of 10 times the size and mass representation, within another year. The Workers' Monthly, December, 1925. The NAACP Takes a Step Backward, by William F. Dunn. Compare this critical assessment of the 1926 Conference of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, held in Chicago in June 1926, with the positive appraisal of its 1924 gathering, see above. Note that James Ford, later to become a prominent communist leader, represented the American Negro Labor Congress at the NAACP convention, where he submitted clear-cut proposals for interracial labor commissions to fight exclusion from the trade unions. It is a different and delicate matter, particularly in the United States, where such a complete reaction rules in every sphere of life, social, labor, politics, culture, to criticize an organization which is even making an attempt, although an ineffective one, to raise the subject Negro race to a higher level. But the work of the NAACP is political work and, as a rather well-known communist once said, politics is not delicatessen. The first requirement of an individual or an organization acquiring a certain amount of leadership in the political sphere is to be able to estimate a given situation, and adopt a strategy and tactics which will bring the maximum results. Judged by this standard, the recent conference of the NAACP registered a complete failure, and its address to the country is a confession of failure. The reason for this is to be found in the social composition of the conference, middle-class intelligentsia for the most part, who are unable or unwilling to see that the strength and driving power of the Negro race in America is its working class, the only class among the Negroes which possesses great numerical strength and economic power. With these two qualities, a correct program and militant leadership, the American Negroes can smash the prison walls with which American capitalism has encircled them. Their race cannot be freed by 1, or a dozen or 100,000, making their escape and leaving the rest behind. Not the white race, not even the white working class, can or will free the Negro masses. Together it can be done, black and white workers together with the sympathetic and militant intelligentsia of the Negro race giving what aid they can. As for the Negro middle class as a whole, it will stop far short of militant struggle as it did in New Orleans, and an organization which bases itself, as does the NAACP, on the middle class, is led into making such childish statements as, "We are astonished to note under President Coolidge and the Republican administration a continuation of that segregation of colored employees in the department at Washington which was begun under President Wilson. We have repeatedly appealed for redress against this grievance, and we appeal again to the sense of decency and honor which should exist at the capital of the nation, and which should save from insult persons who are serving their country in the organized civil service." From the NAACP address. Any group of people which can be astonished to find that honor and decency are lacking in the national capital certainly lack the qualifications to lead their race in what of necessity must be a terrible struggle. One who has illusions about the enemy is apt to be defeated. Similarly, on the issue of imperialism, the address states, particularly is it possible and right for American Negro voters so to cast their ballots as to restrain financial imperialism which has throttled Haiti and threatened Liberia and Central and South America, and which is still using slavery and forced labor to heap up profits in Africa. Just how far the casting of ballots will restrain financial imperialism under any circumstances is a debatable question, but in this instance it is worthless, because the above recommendation is preceded by the statement that Our political salvation and social survival lie in our absolute independence of party allegiance in politics and casting our vote for our friends and against our enemies, whoever they may be and whatever party label they carry. Whom will the NAACP urge its followers to vote for to restrain financial imperialism, in Haiti for instance? For a Democrat candidate whose honored party chief, Woodrow Wilson, sent the Marines to Haiti, or a candidate of the Republican Party whose chief, Calvin Coolidge, keeps the Marines there. The NAACP seems to have doubted somewhat the efficiency of the policy it recommends, for it says in the next breath, "This may at present give a sorry choice between twin evils, but eventually and soon there must come in this land such political reform as will give the honest independent voter, black and white, a chance to cast his ballot for law, decency and democracy." The formulation is ambiguous, the confusion very apparent, but the conference seems to have had a Labor Party, or Farmer Labor Party, in mind. Then why not say so? If one believes in a certain method of procedure in racial and class struggles, one fights for it if one is honest and courageous. But having accepted the aid of white middle-class intelligentsia who oppose a Labor Party, not wishing to offend the AFL officialdom which also fights a Labor Party, the NAACP twists and turns and finally falls between two stools. The same can be said of its stand on the question of organizing the Negro workers. It is afraid to speak out what it knows to be the truth because this involves danger, internal and external. Not all leaders of the NAACP are in favor of organizing Negro workers in unions, and the American Federation of Labor officialdom is a powerful enemy whom it might not be wise to offend by frank speaking. So instead of the ringing Philadelphia Declaration, we get the following. For several years the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People has tried on one hand to show white labor of the United States that it must recognize colored labor, bring them into the union ranks and affirm the unity of all laborers in the fight for industrial democracy. On the other hand, this association has sought to impress upon Negro labor its duty to leave no stone unturned in an attempt to cooperate with organized labor and to maintain and advance the standards for which organized labor has so long fought. We are glad to note in the unionization of the Pullman porters a great step toward both these objects. We regret that white union labor is still disappointingly laggard in taking active steps toward organizing black labor. The above statement represents a retreat from the position taken in 1924, and it, like the adoption of the feudal, nonpartisan, method of conducting election campaigns, is in effect placing the whole struggle of the Negro masses at the mercy of the AFL officialdom, whose policy is taken as the model, and officialdom whose complete failure to face the Negro problem in any other way than that adopted by the Democratic and Republican parties is notorious. The NAACP conference cannot be excused on the ground that no alternative policy for the organization of Negro workers was proposed. The conference had before it a very detailed program for this vitally important work in the resolution presented by James Ford, a delegate from the American Negro Labor Congress. We quote the following proposals from this resolution. The National Association for the Advancement of Colored People again proposes to all national labor bodies, to all state labor bodies, all city central labor bodies, and to individual trade unions, that an interracial commission to be formed by representatives of the NAACP, of the American Federation of Labor, of the Railroad Brotherhoods, including the new Brotherhood of Pullman Porters, and other labor bodies willing to participate, as well as other Negro organizations. It is also proposed that for each large city or industrial center in which there are Negro wage earners, local interracial labor commissions should likewise be formed. We propose that with the cooperation thus established, a definite campaign be carried through for the organization of the Negro wage earners in industrial pursuits, to be brought into the existing unions on an exact basis of equality without distinction of race or color either in the union or in the workshop in regard to the choice of employment, wages and conditions. The services of the officers of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People will be proffered to assist the trade union movement in such a campaign. The officers of the association are instructed to send all international unions and all other labor bodies within the United States, Canada, Mexico, the Philippine Islands, and the West Indies, a questionnaire which shall be formulated with the purpose of establishing the actual conditions of labor and the race relationships between colored and white labor, and especially covering the matter of discrimination either through constitutional provisions forbidding the membership of certain races in trade unions or by the tacit practice of discrimination. The NAACP will establish in each community a department for relief and legal aid for Negro workers in industrial plants. Here are 4 proposals which certainly cannot be attacked on the ground of impracticability. They are clear and workable and offer at least a basis for action. But precisely the fact on which these proposals are based, the fact that some 90% of the American Negroes belong to the working class, is probably the reason why these measures were sidestepped by the NAACP conference, further proof that the fighting leadership of the American Negroes must come from the toiling masses of the race. The Negro workers, industrial and agricultural, stand in the greatest need of organization, both because of their economic oppression and because social tyranny bears heaviest upon them. If the existing labor organizations will not make the cause of the Negro workers their own, then the Negro workers will have to organize in spite of them. This is the fact which the last conference of the NAACP was afraid to face. It is significant that the practical proposals for organization of the Negro masses did not come from the intelligentsia who dominate the NAACP but from the representative of a Negro organization composed of workers and farmers, the American Negro Labor Congress. Workers' Monthly, August, 1926. Workers' Party Election Platform, 1926. Negro Equality. The government has taken no action to enforce the constitutional provisions granting political equality to the Negro, which are being flagrantly violated. The Negro suffers from racial discrimination of every kind and is subjected to Jim Crow laws and Jim Crow customs. The Negro is exploited as a worker or farmer. He is subjected to the same capitalist exploitation which the white workers and farmers suffer from, but must bear the additional burden of racial discrimination. The workers and farmers must fight for the repeal of all laws discriminating against the Negro and for complete political, industrial, educational, in a word, complete social equality for the Negro. American Labor Yearbook, 1927, p. 130. Death or a Program tilde. By Robert Minor. In this comprehensive critical appraisal of the Garvey movement, Minor sees the disintegration of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, the most important mass Negro movement, as a calamity which could be avoided only by a working-class-based left wing in the organization. The reference to Morocco is to the rebellion of the Riffian tribes led by Abd el-Krim against Spanish rule which began in 1920, advanced into the French zone in 1925, and was defeated by combined French-Spanish forces the following year. The reference to Egypt is to the struggle for full independence from Britain and for social and economic reforms led by the nationalist Wafd Party. The Universal Negro Improvement Association, the largest of all Negro organizations, is in danger of going to pieces. A split is impending, if a split has not already occurred. A breaking up of this Negro association would be a calamity to the Negro people and to the working class as a whole. We say this not because the program or the leadership of the organization is of good quality, but because the Universal Negro Improvement Association is bigger than its leadership, and the deficiencies of its program are directly due to deficiencies of its leaders. The organization itself represents the first and largest experience of the Negro masses in self-organization. It is the largest organization that ever existed among the Negroes of the United States and the West Indies. It claims a large membership in Africa and it certainly has some followers among seafaring Negro workers in many parts of the world. It is composed very largely, if not almost entirely, of Negro workers and impoverished farmers, although there is a sprinkling of small businessmen. In any case, the proletarian elements constitute the vast majority of the organization. Within its ranks are gathered the largest number of those energetic figures among working-class Negroes who have arisen to activity in the period since the World War. We believe that the destruction of such an organization of the Negro masses, under the circumstances, would be a calamity. And the destruction seems to be an imminent danger. It also appears on the surface to be the threatened result of a selfish quarrel among ambitious leaders. The Garvey-Sherrill feud. Marcus Garvey, the principal founder and the President General of the association, is now in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta, Georgia, where he is kept, first, by the United states government, and secondly, directly by the action of Calvin Coolidge, who a few weeks ago refused an application for his release. William L. Sherrill is now the acting President General of the association, serving in the place of Garvey because of the latter's imprisonment. Recently a quarrel broke out between Garvey and Sherrill, which finds expression in the present crisis. Garvey from his prison cell declares that Sherrill has been disloyal to him and to the organization. The published utterances of both sides reveal no issue of principle, nothing more than a struggle for power among individuals, precipitated by Coolidge's recent refusal of a commutation of Garvey's sentence. The social roots of the threatened disruption. However, it is an entirely false appearance from which one would judge that the present crisis is due solely to a quarrel among individuals. Anyone who has watched the affairs of this organization during the past several years ought to know that there are deep social causes for the threatened disruption. The Universal Negro Improvement Association has been the victim of a leadership which turned it away from the struggles that were demanded of it. Therefore, the organization, as expressed in its leadership, has during the past 5 years been steadily undermining its own reason for existence. At the first substantial convention of the organization held in New York in 1920, it was apparent that the period of mass organization among Negroes of the working class, not merely organization of intellectuals, which had been made possible by the social changes of and following the World War, was beginning, and that it was crystallizing more largely in the UNIA than elsewhere. Also, the rather primitive and unclear expression of working-class character in the movement was exhibited by the program adopted in 1920. Among the complaints for which the convention demanded redress were 7. We are discriminated against and denied an equal chance to earn wages for the support of our families, and in many instances are refused admission into labor unions, and nearly everywhere are paid smaller wages than white men, and 2. That we believe in the supreme authority of our race in all things racial. That all things are created and given to man as a common possession. That there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things, and in consideration of the fact that as a race we are now deprived of those things that are morally and legally ours, we believe it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. 7. We believe that any law or practice that tends to deprive any African of his land or the privileges of free citizenship within his country is unjust and immoral, and no native should respect any such law or practice. 8. There should be no obligation on the part of the Negro to obey the levy of a tax by any lawmaking body from which he is excluded and denied representation on account of his race and color. 9. We believe that any law especially directed against the Negro to his detriment and singling him out because of his race or color is unfair and immoral, and should not be respected. 12. We believe that the Negro should adopt every means to protect himself against barbarous practices inflicted upon him because of color. 16. We believe all men should live in peace one with the other, but when races and nations provoke the ire of other races and nations by attempting to infringe upon their rights, war becomes inevitable, and the attempt in any way to free one's self or protect one's rights or heritage becomes justifiable. 17. Whereas, the lynching, by burning, hanging or any other means, of human beings is a barbarous practice, and a shame and disgrace to civilization, we therefore declare any country guilty of such atrocities outside the pale of civilization. 38. We demand complete control of our social institutions without interference by any alien race or races. 45. Be it further resolved that we as a race of people declare the League of Nations null and void as far as the Negro is concerned, in that it seeks to deprive Negroes of their liberty. 47. We declare that no Negro shall engage himself in battle for any alien race without first obtaining the consent of the leader of the Negro people of the world, except in a matter of national self-defense. Effects of bourgeois pressure on the UNIA. But it is certain that fatal weaknesses were present in the organization, and that Garvey, although he was undoubtedly the chief builder of the organization, was also the chief one that carried into it the poison of opportunism. Upon any movement of a mass character which seeks to organize a large section of the exploited classes, there always begins to be exercised a tremendous pressure. The whole superstructure of capitalist society invariably rushes to its task of adjusting any mass movement in such a manner as to eradicate any tendencies incompatible with the capitalist social system. The effects of such pressure soon began to be apparent in the UNIA, and especially in the trend of Garvey himself. Many incidents, especially occurring in the attempts to organize Negroes in southern cities, brought out sharply the fact that the organization would be fought most bitterly on those issues which had to do with the demands of the Negro masses for organization in trade unions, for political rights, and especially those demands which struck out in the direction of the abolition of the general system of social inequality. Under the pressure, Garvey began to give way. Difficulties were encountered by the organizers of the UNIA on the ground that the organization had Bolshevistic qualities leading toward economic, political and social equality. Garvey met every difficulty by disclaiming the portions of his organization's program which were under attack at the given moment. By a process of elimination, all demands which were offensive to the ruling class were dropped one by one, and the organization settled down to a policy of disclaiming any idea whatever of demanding any rights for the Negro people in the United States, the policy of declaring that the Universal Negro Improvement Association was not striving to attain any political or social rights of the Negro in America, but was trying only to construct an organization which would bring about the establishment of a home for the Negro people in Africa. From a negative protestation, the policy evolved into a positive declaration, voiced by Garvey and acquiesced in by his followers, that the Universal Negro Improvement Association recognized the United States as a white man's country, and that it was therefore opposed to social equality in this country for the Negro. Garvey issued a pamphlet seemingly for private reading of wealthy white men to whom he sent it in the hope of securing gifts of money and not for circulation among the Negro membership, entitled, Aims and Objects of Movement for Solution of Negro Program Outlined. In the pamphlet Garvey wrote, "The white man of America has become the natural leader of the world. He, because of his exalted position, is called upon to help in all human efforts. From nations to individuals the appeal is made to him for aid in all things affecting humanity, so naturally, there can be no great mass movement or change without first acquainting the leader on whose sympathy and advice the world moves." The pamphlet says further, "To us, the white race has a right to peaceful possession and occupation of countries of its own, and in like manner the yellow and black races have their rights." All of the old program adopted in 1920 has disappeared from sight. Today if you ask for the program of the UNIA, you are told, in the words of Garvey, that our one purpose, our one object, is the planting of the colors of the red, the black and the green as the African standard that shall give to us a country, a nation of our own. Garvey had, according to his own statements, confined every hope and aim to this one thing. Inevitably this resulted in 1921 in narrowing the chief operation down to the sale of stock in a steamship company, the Black Star, reorganized after prosecution, under the new name of Black Cross Line, which was expected to open up resources with the help of American and other Negroes. Anything that might destroy the illusion of a peaceful penetration into Africa would of course be a severe blow to the structure that Garvey had built. Garveyite illusions blasted. Along came events which destroyed the illusion. Apparently Garvey did not operate this stock-selling plan in a manner free from charlatanry, and the excuse that he had sold stock under false pretenses became the one under which he was finally sent to prison by the United States government. After a shamefully arbitrary trial with all the qualities of a political frame-up. But that was not all that served to destroy the illusion. The after-war unrest of the suppressed peoples of Africa, the early prelude to the present Morocco trouble, the Egyptian independence movement, etc., had given their alarm to the British, French, Belgian and Spanish governments, and these began taking measures to exclude Garvey's organization and its publications from African colonies. This tended to confine operations to the independent Republic of Liberia as distinguished from the outright possessions of imperialist powers. The Universal Negro Improvement Association concentrated on Liberia, and according to Garvey's claim, the Liberian government gave a large concession to the Universal Negro Improvement Association, or a subsidiary, for the development of Liberia's rubber and other resources. Upon the claim of the concession to develop the natural resources of Liberia, Garvey based his sole remaining hope. But the illusion was still further to be exploded. The American ruling class does not let anything of value in the way of rubber lands lie around loose. A series of quick and very mysterious operations between Calvin Coolidge, Harvey Firestone, Solomon Porter Hood, a Negro tool of the Firestone Rubber Company appointed by Coolidge as American minister to Liberia, took place in the summer of 1924 simultaneously with the final arrest and conviction of Garvey and his imprisonment in the federal penitentiary at Atlanta. Garvey went to prison at the same moment that the concessions he claimed in Liberia were given to the Firestone Corporation. But what has been the effect upon the internal affairs of the Universal Negro Improvement Association? The effect has been to destroy the possibility of any further illusion of the magic acquisition of the continent of Africa by the business operations of an association of Negroes, while the war in Morocco, and the rapidly sharpening struggle against imperialism throughout Africa, helped to wash away the picture of benevolent British statesmen and American millionaires making a present of a continent larger than North America, laden with untold gold, diamonds, rubber, and every imaginable wealth, to a group of helpless, downtrodden and exploited Negroes, out of pure love and Christian kindness. The one center of the Garvey program had become incredible even to Garvey's credulous followers. The single foundation stone upon which Garvey had built was thus destroyed. Garvey adopts the Ku Klux Klan, race purity, theory. But while the controversy was boiling with all the appearance of being a mere quarrel of individual leaders without any fundamental issues involved, an incident occurred at Richmond, Virginia, which shows the true nature of the crisis the organization faces. It appears that the Richmond organization of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, having a membership of between 200 and 300, was called together for the purpose of hearing a lecture by three of the most reactionary, Negro-hating propagandists of white supremacy. These were John Powell, Major Ernest Cox and Major Percy Haas. It appears that one or more of these three men is involved in the effort to pass through the Virginia state legislature a so-called race integrity law, forbidding intermarriage of Negroes with white people. But it appears that the membership of the Negro organization was not quite so idiotic as the Garvey leadership had assumed. A number of Negro workers arose in the meeting and objected vigorously to allowing the enemy propagandists to speak. The membership supported the objectors, and the three Negro baiters were driven out of the hall by the protest. The Richmond division faces a split, with the left wing clamoring for a repudiation of Garvey's concession that this is a white man's country. The revolt of the left wing. We believe that this incident points to the real basis, the crisis of the Universal Negro Improvement Association. New Negro, a healthy working-class left wing in the organization, refuses any longer to submit to the servile anti-Negro program that Garvey has been adopting to thrust their throats of the down. Another recent report is to the effect that Mrs. Garvey attempted to speak to the New York membership, assembled at Liberty Hall, and that the membership refused to permit her to speak. As Mrs. Garvey represents the point of view of President General Garvey, the New York demonstration against her speaking probably indicates that the New York membership is at least partly aroused against the servile program. W.M. L. Sherrill, the center of the opposition. In the meantime, how about Mr. William L. Sherrill, the man who is the center of the anti-Garvey leadership? The hope of the UNIA. Probably it will not be through the leadership of Sherrill or the leadership of any of the hitherto prominent men of the Universal Negro Improvement Association that the organization may be saved from disaster. The most hope lies in the fact that there has been generated in the organization in the past 2 or 3 years a very able core of young men and women of working-class character and undoubted sincerity. These young leaders are instinctively and potentially with any left wing that may be developing in either faction. Inevitably, sooner or later, there must be a revolt in such a mass organization of working class Negroes against the policy of submission. The left wing has hitherto been diverted into a sort of pseudo-anti-imperialism, a sort of a wordy objection to the conquest of Africa by the great imperialist powers without any tangible action to make the protest effective. The key to the matter is the question of a program of militant struggle for the rights of the Negro here in the United States, in addition to an effective anti-imperialist world program. It is a case of a program or death for the Universal Negro Improvement Association. Workers Monthly, April 1926. Program for building the trade unions. Proposals to the AFL Convention, Detroit, 1926, by the Trade Union Educational League. The American labor movement is in a crisis. Everywhere the employers are attacking the working conditions of labor and standard of living and trying to destroy the trade unions. While capital is thoroughly organized, there are only 3,500,000 organized out of 20 million organizable workers. The unions have lost more than 1 million members in the open shop war. Company unionism is gaining, with over 1 million workers bound up in these fake organizations. The trade unions, weakened by craft divisions and top-heavy with an official bureaucracy, which refuses to fight the employers, have retreated almost everywhere under the employers' attacks. To remedy these conditions and to build the trade unions into powerful organizations, the following measures are necessary. 1. Organize the unorganized. 2. Demands 4. Improved living standards. 3. A policy of militant action. 4. A. Labor Party. 5. Save the Miners' Union. 6. Nationalization of industry. 7. Against American imperialism. 8. Wage an intensive war against company unions. 9. Fight against injunctions. 10. Wage a vigorous campaign for the release of all political prisoners. 11. Against racial discrimination. The trade unions must include wage workers regardless of race, creed, sex, age or color. The AFL must declare for the removal of all bars against Negroes, Japanese, Mexicans and other races and national groups which are discriminated against in entering the trade unions. It must demand the abolition of all Jim Crow laws, practices and discriminations, and the elimination of lynching. The AFL shall initiate an active campaign to organize the Negro workers, and demand that they be given equal pay for equal work, and extend them the utmost protection of the trade unions. Special campaigns should be launched to organize the Mexican and Japanese workers in this country. Daily Worker, September 4, 1926. Negroes must be organized, says Randolph. This news account indicates early communist support for the drive to organize the Pullman car porters, led by A. Philip Randolph, editor of the socialist magazine, The Messenger. The Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters was launched in 1925, and it took a long and hard struggle to gain union recognition. The Brotherhood was not chartered by the AFL until 1936, and finally recognized by the Pullman Company the following year. Randolph was elected president of the Brotherhood at its first national convention in 1929. Cleveland, Ohio, October 8. A. Philip Randolph, organizer for the colored Pullman porters, spoke here recently on organization to a large audience at the Big Zion Baptist Church, colored. The Pullman porters are entitled to real wages. Randolph said. Their work is as much social work as any other. They do not want to be beggars and dependent for their living on the tips that are handed to them by travelers. The Pullman porters must be unionized just as well as all the other workers on the railroads, and if there were a strong union of Pullman porters, it would strengthen immeasurably the railroad brotherhoods and all the unions of the railways. The white workers look upon the colored workers largely as scabs, and this is due naturally to the fact that since the Negro workers are unorganized, they are wanted in times of strikes, as involuntary strikebreakers. The white workers sooner or later will be forced to the realization that there can be no real organization in this country while the Negro workers remain on the outside and unorganized. It will be shown that for the benefit of workers white and colored that they must support this movement for the unionization of colored workers. No other group, said Randolph, in this country has suffered so long and so deeply as the colored race. No other group has been used so miserably, no other group has waited so long for emancipation. We can no longer sit down with folded hands. We must no longer be afraid to go forward and make our just demands. If our demands are worthwhile, then they are worth fighting for. Let us get together. There are others who will support us in our demands. A union of the colored Pullman porters that can force its demand of living wages to take the place of the miserable tip system that robs a man of self-respect, will be a demonstration of what Negroes can do with organization and will be the beginning of a movement of all the colored workers into trade unions. Let the beginning be a 100% organization of the Pullman porters, and let us not rest until our demands for wages becomes an accomplished fact in this country. Daily Worker, October 9, 1926. Finds no race discrimination in Soviet Union. By Thomas L. Dabney, Federated Press. The spontaneously formed student delegation, referred to here, is not to be confused with the first American student delegation to the Soviet Union in the summer of 1927, which consisted of members delegated by college student bodies and organizations. More than 70 nationalities and ethnic groups were represented in the student body of the University of the Toilers, not minorities, of the East, in which were 6 American Negroes, of whom Dabney met 5. The Federated Press was an independent agency which served labor papers. Dabney is a member of the Teachers Union, a former Brookwood Labor College student who went with the spontaneously formed American student delegation to Russia during the summer. Ed. There is no discrimination against a worker in Russia because of his race or nationality. Every worker has the same economic and political rights and advantages, whether he be the member of the largest social group, the Great Russians, or a minority race like the Volga Germans or an undeveloped race like the Tatars. I was convinced of this during my travels in Russia the past summer. I talked with the heads of shop committees in Nizhny Novgorod, Saratov and other cities where different nationalities were employed. I found no evidence of discrimination in any factory on account of race. No Negro discrimination. In Moscow I met 5 Negro students from the Communist University of the Minorities of the East. In my conversation with one of them he said, "We are treated well by the Russians. We have suffered no discrimination on account of color. On the contrary, we are accorded absolute equality and freedom everywhere. Some Russians, of course, have seen no Negroes, so they eye us curiously and seem a little shy at first. But they lose this after they come to know us." Council of Nationalities. The Soviet government has made the greatest contribution to democratic government in modern times in its handling of the problems of race and nationality. This unique achievement was accomplished by the Soviet system of representation in the legislative body of the Republic. The Soviet legislative organ, the Central Executive Committee, is composed of 2 bodies, the Union Council and the Council of Nationalities. The Union Council is composed of members elected by the Union Congress from among delegates of all the republics, in proportion to the population of the respective republics. The races and nationalities are represented in the Council of Nationalities, which is composed of 5 representatives from each autonomous and allied republic and 1 representative from each autonomous territory. The function of this body is to protect and further the interests and rights of the various races and minorities in the Soviet Union. All are satisfied. The races and minorities seem to be satisfied with this system. The Commissar of Education of the Volga German Commune assured our delegation that the Germans were enjoying all the rights and advantages granted by the Soviet authorities to other races. Before the revolution they were denied the privilege of studying German. Now both German and Russian are taught in the schools. In Kasan, capital of the Tatar Republic, the Commissar of Education reiterated the story told us in the German Volga Commune. At the hills of the Caucasus we visited a village inhabited by a branch of the Turkish race where the tribes were without a written language during the days of the Tsar. Since the revolution the Soviet authorities have worked out a written language in their schools. Every race and minority group is free to develop its own culture and to worship as it pleases. As a result of this policy racial conflicts have ceased and all peoples are loyal to the Soviet government. Daily Worker, November 19, 1926. National Platform of the Workers' Communist Party, 1928. 12. Oppression of the Negroes. The nominating convention of the Workers' Communist Party was held in New York, May 25, 1928, and nominated William Z. Foster for president and Benjamin Gitlow for vice president. The convention had 24 black delegates, and the party ran a number of Negro candidates for legislative and local office. A notable feature of the election campaign was Foster's tour of the South, where he spoke in Louisville, Kentucky, Birmingham, Alabama, New Orleans, Louisiana, Atlanta, Georgia, and in Norfolk and Richmond, Virginia. Foster and other campaign workers were arrested in Wilmington, Delaware, because the publicity for the meeting included the demand for Negro equality. In Texas the party ran John Rust, inventor of the mechanical cotton picker, as its candidate for the U.S. Senate. On the ballot in 34 states, Foster polled 48,228 votes, more than triple the 1924 vote. The section of the platform dealing with the Negro may be considered among the most satisfactory party statements on the subject until then. Though it still speaks vaguely of the racial class system, it also states categorically, the Communist Party is the party of the liberation of the Negro race from all white oppression. The platform covers a wide range of black demands. It also recognizes the distinctive semi-feudal nature of the agrarian system in the South, although it tends to overemphasize the immediate effect of industrialization upon the plantation system. Notable also is the invocation of Section 2 of the 14th Amendment, which provides that representation of Southern states be reduced to correspond with limitations on Negro suffrage. American white imperialism oppresses in the most terrific way the 10 million Negroes who constitute not less than 1/10 of the total population. White capitalist prejudices consider the Negroes a lower race, the born servants of the lofty white masters. The racial caste system is a fundamental feature of the social, industrial and political organization of this country. The Communist Party declares that it considers itself not only the party of the working class generally but also the champion of the Negroes as an oppressed race, and especially the organizer of the Negro working class elements. The Communist Party is the party of the liberation of the Negro race from all white oppression. There is a new Negro in process of development. The social composition of the Negro race is changing. Formerly the Negro was the cotton farmer in the South and domestic help in the North. The industrialization of the South, the concentration of a new Negro working class population in the big cities of the East and North, and the entrance of the Negroes into the basic industries on a mass scale have changed the whole social composition of the Negro race. The appearance of a genuine Negro industrial proletariat creates an organizing force for the whole Negro race, furnishes a new working class leadership to all Negro race movements, and strengthens immensely the fighting possibilities for the emancipation of the race. The Negro tenant farmer and sharecroppers of the South are still, despite all the pompous phrases about freeing the slaves, in the status of virtual slavery. They have not the slightest prospect of ever acquiring possession of the land on which they work. By means of an usurious credit system they are chained to the plantation owners as securely as chattel slaves. Peonage and contract labor are the fate of the Negro cotton farmer. The landowners, who are at the same time the merchants and government of the South, rule over the Negroes with a merciless dictatorship. There is the most dishonest and disgraceful gentleman's agreement between the two capitalist parties against the political rights of the Negroes. The famous 14th and 15th Amendments of the Constitution amount but to a scrap of paper. They were never carried out for a moment. The Supreme Court has upheld state laws which disfranchised the Negroes. Sheer force prevents the Negro from exercising his so-called political rights. The federal government has never made any attempt to reduce the representation of those Southern states which violate the Constitution, as Section 2 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution provides. The Republican Party, the party of Lincoln, has sunk so low that it has provided for measures to segregate the Negro delegates in its 1928 Kansas City nominating convention. Lynch law is the law over the Negroes. The terror of the Ku Klux Klan is the Constitution for the Negroes. They are burned alive, whipped to death, hunted to death with dogs in the name of white civilization. There is a general segregation policy against the Negro race. Separate residential sections, Jim Crow cars, separate schools for Negro children, exclusion from white hotels, restaurants, theaters and railway waiting rooms, exclusion of Negroes from juries which try Negroes. Negro teachers cannot teach in most white schools. The white masters try to reduce the Negroes to illiteracy. According to the 1920 census, there were 4% illiterates among the whites and 22.9% among the Negroes. The Southern states spend hardly any money for the education of Negro children. In the cotton states the Negro farmers are compelled to life in miserable shacks under conditions destructive of life and health. In the cities the Negroes do the unskilled, the most disagreeable, most hazardous work, and are crowded into the worst sections of the city. The death rate of the Negroes is much higher than that of the whites. In 1925 it was 11.8 per thousand for the whites and 18.2 for the Negroes. The Southern plantation owners and their government have tried to keep the Negro farmers and agricultural workers in the Southern cotton fields by force. But even their brutal terror has not been able to check the mighty migration from these cotton plantations to the industrial centers of the northern and eastern states. This migration is an unarmed, Spartan uprising against slavery and oppression by a capitalist and feudal oligarchy. The Negro fled from the South, but what has he found in the North? He has found in the company town and industrial cities of the North and East a wage slavery virtually no better than the contract labor in the South. He has found crowded, unsanitary slums. He has exchanged the old segregation for a new segregation. He is doing the most dangerous, worst paid work in the steel, coal and packing industries. He has found the racial prejudices of a narrow, white labor aristocracy, which refuses to recognize the unskilled Negro worker as its equal. He has found the treachery of the bureaucracy of the AFL which refuses to organize the Negroes into trade unions. The lynchings of the South are replaced by the race riots of the East. The employing class deliberately arouses the racial hatred and prejudice of the white workers against the Negro workers with the sinister aim to split and divide the ranks of the working class, thereby maintaining the oppression and exploitation of white and Negro workers. What Marx said about the United States is still true. Labor in a white skin cannot emancipate itself as long as a dark skin is branded. The Negro worker must learn to utilize to the fullest extent the possibilities created by modern capitalism for organization and struggle against wage slavery in alliance with the workers of other races. The Communist Party considers it as its historic duty to unite all workers regardless of their color against the common enemy, against the master class. The Negro race must understand that capitalism means racial oppression and communism means social and racial equality. Demands 1. Abolition of the whole system of race discrimination. Full racial, political, and social equality for the Negro race. 2. Abolition of all laws which result in segregation of Negroes. Abolition of all Jim Crow laws. The law shall forbid all discrimination against Negroes in selling or renting houses. 3. Abolition of all laws which disfranchise the Negroes. 4. Abolition of laws forbidding intermarriage of persons of different races. 5. Abolition of all laws and public administration measures which prohibit or in practice prevent Negro children or youth from attending general public schools or universities. 6. Full and equal admittance of Negroes in all railway station waiting rooms, restaurants, hotels, and theaters. 7. A federal law against lynching and the protection of the Negro masses in their right of self-defense. 8. Abolition of discriminatory practices in the courts against Negroes. No discrimination in jury service. 9. Abolition of the convict lease system and of the chain gang. 10. Abolition of all Jim Crow distinctions in Army, Navy, and civil service. 11. Immediate removal of all restrictions in all trade unions against the membership of Negro workers. 12. Equal opportunity for employment, wages, hours, and working conditions for Negro and white workers. Equal pay for equal work for Negro and white workers. Kirk H. Porter and Donald Bruce Johnson, editors, National Party Platforms, 1840–1956. Urbana, 1965, pp. 317–19. See also. Daily Worker, May 26, 1928. William Z. Foster's acceptance speech as Communist Party Pres-id-ntial candidate. Comrades, one of the planks in our party platform deals with the question of the oppression of the Negro race. This plank I want to emphasize here. The Workers' Communist Party appears in the United States as the sole champion, organizer, and defender of the Negro race. Our fight is for full social, political, and industrial rights for Negroes. In all our work we must keep this phase of our party program squarely before our eyes. In the past we have been all too inactive in this respect. But we must make this campaign the beginning of fresh efforts to unite the Negroes in behalf of their race and class interests, so that the world can recognize that the Workers' Communist Party is really the defender and leader of the oppressed Negroes in this century. Applause. At this time I shall not deal with the whole Negro question. There is only one angle that I want to touch upon now. Our election campaign will take us into the southern states. Applause. We have a plank in our platform on the Negro question that will arouse the most violent opposition in every element in the South that is determined to hold the Negro race in subjection. Nevertheless, we will go into the ultra-reactionary South and we will speak for the Negro. We will defend our platform. Applause. In the land of lynch law we will denounce lynching. Applause. In the home of Jim Crow, we will attack segregationism. Applause. The entry of the Workers' Communist Party into the South, and the bold raising of the issue of the emancipation of the Negroes during the coming election campaign, will stand out as one of the historical events in the development of the class struggle in the United States. Applause. Daily Worker, June 23, 1928. Plenum Material. N. Our Negro Work. The following is part of the material prepared for a forthcoming plenary session of the Central Committee. It was the practice at such meetings to invite comrades responsible for various phases of work, even if not members of the Central Committee. Nothing new is added here, except the instruction to the Political Committee to strengthen the work of the Negro Department, which had but recently been established. The Central Executive Committee calls attention to the growing importance of our work among the Negroes. The industrialization of the South, the concentration of a huge Negro population in the big cities, the entering of the Negroes into the basic industries on a mass scale have created a Negro industrial proletariat. The organization of the Negro workers, who are overwhelmingly unorganized and who constitute a large section of the unorganized masses, is one of our major tasks in connection with the general problem of the organization of the unorganized workers. The organization of the Negroes into trade unions must be recognized by the party as one of its foremost tasks. The CEC, Central Executive Committees, endorses the policies of the Political Committee on Negro Work, pointing out that a. The The Negro question is a race question and the Communist Party must be the champion of the oppressed Negro race. B. The Communist Party must especially be the organizer of the working-class elements of the Negro race. C. The Communist Party must fight for the leadership of the working class in all Negro race movements. D. The work among the Negroes is not only a special task of the Negro comrades, but it is the task of the entire party. The Central Committee further instructs the Political Committee to take the necessary steps to strengthen the Negro Department of the Party. The Communist, July 1928. U.S. Communist Party denounces lynchings. 3 Negroes have recently been lynched in the most horrible and brutal manner in the state of Mississippi. A mob of over 5,000 battered down the jail at Brookhaven and dragged out 2 Negroes who had been arrested because they had resisted 2 white men who had attacked them with a gun following a dispute. The mob tied these men to automobile trucks, dragged them around town, and strung them up to an electric light pole within 50 feet of the city hall. While they were yet conscious, these ill-fated blacks were lowered to the ground, mutilated, and their remains again strung up. Among the mob were businessmen, prominent city officials, physicians, lawyers, schoolheads and church leaders. At Summit, another Negro was given over by officers to a lynching mob which hanged its victim to a tree along the road. Only a few days before, at Houston, Texas, a young Negro was lynched as the Democrats assembled for their national convention. He had exchanged shots with a detective who had been hounding him. He was taken from the hospital, where he lay wounded, by 5 men, 1 a policeman in uniform, and hanged from a bridge. While the body of this young Negro swung limp and lifeless, the Democrats, assembled at Sam Houston Hall 8 miles away, showed their complete accord with the system of lynching and exploitation by their failure to write any plank in their platform or even to utter a single word against this horrible practice of lynching. Lynching, a part of capitalist class oppression. These lynchings expose once more the system of savage repression and brutal terrorism by which the Negro masses of America are ground under the iron heel of their ruthless exploiters. Lynching is openly defended in Congress, it is condoned in the courts, it is preached from the pulpits. It is purposely maintained by the wealthy rulers of America as a necessary part of the vicious system of oppression and exploitation which keeps the Negro masses as a slave class at the bottom of capitalist society, degraded and driven in the most merciless fashion, to produce wealth for their inhuman exploiters. It is the naked engine of terror which upholds the whole vile system of racial segregation and oppression, of Jim Crowism, disfranchisement, peonage and slavery, the system which not only crushes the Negro masses but divides them also from the white workers and secures the degradation and exploitation of all the workers of America. Lynching is a special part of the law and order of capitalist society. It is the extra-legal counterpart of the legal machinery and state power by which the workers, black and white, are enslaved, repressed and exploited by the financial masters of America. It is part of the whole capitalist system of exploitation, which utilizes the divisions between black and white workers to pay the Negro worker the most miserable starvation wages and to force him to work under the most degrading conditions at the most arduous and disagreeable tasks. Capitalist politicians will never stop lynching. The political servants of the imperialist oppressors will never abolish lynching. The Cole Bleases and the Heflins, the Glasses and the Tillmans, openly support lynching. The Coolidges and the Hoovers and the Smiths either silently support lynching or speak hypocritical words, but never take action against the lynchers. Both Republicans and Democrats united to defeat the dire anti-lynching bill which in spite of its many defects would have provided some legal basis for proceeding against the lynchers. The Democratic Party of Lynching. The Democratic Party is the party of the Solid South, the party of the businessmen and the plantation owners who live upon the labor and subjection of the black and white workers. Not a single Negro delegate was seated in the Democratic Convention, and a Jim Crow cage was provided for Negro visitors. The Republican Party is the party of big business, of the bankers and financial magnates who have only one use for the Negroes, to keep them in violent subjection, in order to wring wealth out of their toil. Hoover, the Republican candidate for president, is the faithful servant of the imperialist oppressors. He has maintained segregation in his department, and condoned the peonage and abuse of thousands of Negroes during the Mississippi flood disaster. The Republican Party openly rebuffs the Negro by segregating their delegates at its national convention in Kansas. The Socialist Party is treacherous. It openly declared upon taking office in Reading, Pennsylvania, that it would maintain capitalist law and order. Its empty gesture of the Burger Anti-Lynching Bill means nothing. Besides, this bill fails in the most essential, the right of self-defense for the Negro masses. The socialist leaders of the Pullman Porters have lined up with William Greene, president of the AFL. In the South, the Socialist Party refuses to admit Negroes into its ranks and holds meetings at which the practices of Negro segregation are strictly enforced. Only the working class can abolish lynching. The brutal and atrocious treatment of the Negro masses, of which lynching, cold-blooded and horrible, is an expression, is a characteristic of United States imperialism which suppresses with bayonet and gun the peoples of Haiti, Latin America and the Philippines, and crushes with murderous cruelty every attempt of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples to free themselves from the oppression and exploitation of their imperialist masters. Only the victorious party of the workers can abolish lynching. Only a workers' and farmers' government can overthrow the whole vile system of lynching and exploitation. It was the Revolutionary Communist Party which abolished lynching and pogroms in Russia. It will be the Revolutionary Workers' Communist Party of America that will abolish lynching in America in the same way. The Workers' Communist Party stands forth as the champion of the oppressed Negro masses. 24 Negro delegates sat in the National Nominating Convention of the Workers' Party, participated on all important committees and helped to draft a program of action for the oppressed masses of America, black and white. Only the Workers' Party support the Negro masses in their struggle against the system of lynching and race oppression. Only this party unites black and white workers in militant struggle against the system of imperialist oppression, of which lynching is an outgrowth. Only this party champions the Negro masses in their right of self-defense, and only this party fights with them against mob violence and terrorism. The Negro race must understand that capitalism means racial oppression, and communism means social equality. The party demands, as given in the election platform above, are then listed. Daily Worker, July 20, 1928. On the founding of N. International Trade Union OJMMITTEE of Negro Workers. The following resolution was adopted in July 1928 by the Executive Bureau of the Red International of Labor Unions, also known as the Profintern. The RILU was organized in 1921 as the world body to which the left and communist-led unions affiliated, as distinct from the socialist-led International Federation of Trade Unions, Amsterdam. The International Trade Union Committee of Negro Workers, as called for in the resolution, was founded at a conference in Hamburg, Germany, on July 7, 1929. It was attended by some 21. Victor L. Berger, the socialist congressman, proposed a bill that would make participation in lynching a felony. Delegates from the United States, Jamaica, Nigeria, Gambia, the Gold Coast, now Ghana, the Cameroons and South Africa. The chief organizer of the conference was James W. Ford, the American Negro communist, who became head of the committee with headquarters in Hamburg, while George Padmore was made the editor of its monthly journal, The Negro Worker. Later Otto Hoosewood took Ford's place. Ford was a member of the Executive Committee of the RILU. The Pittsburgh Courier, November 10, 1928, printed a long article by its Paris correspondent, J. A. Rogers, reporting the appearance in France of L'Ouvrier Negre, the Negro Worker, published by International Secours Rouge, Red Aid International. The publication mentioned by Rogers was evidently the forerunner of the organ to be published by the committee. It included an article by James W. Ford and one by A. Lazowski, head of the RILU, and called upon the Negro workers of the world to unite. It attacked racism among white workers and was critical of the Amsterdam International as well as the Pan-American International Federation of Labor. The magazine was also critical of the tool in the United States for neglect of Negro workers. J. A. Rogers was to become a popular writer on black history. James W. Ford was born in 1893 of a working-class family in Pratt City, Alabama, a mining town near Birmingham. His grandfather was lynched by a white mob in Georgia. Working at various odd industrial jobs, he was able to finish high school and go on for 3 years at Fisk University in Nashville, Tennessee. In 1917, he enlisted in the Army and saw service in France during World War I. He worked in the Chicago Post Office, 1919 to 1927, and was elected delegate by his union to the Chicago AFL. He aided in the early efforts to organize the Brotherhood of sleeping car porters in Chicago, and he joined the Trade Union Educational League and then the Workers' Party in 1926. He was a delegate to the Fourth World Congress of the Red International of Labor Unions, and became a member of its executive committee. In consideration that racial chauvinism among the workers is still rather strong and even spreads its evil among individual revolutionary organizations, that despite the resolutions of RILU Congresses and the urgent directives of the Executive Bureau, the organizing of Negro workers is progressing very slowly. That the organizations associated with the RILU, particularly the League for Union Propaganda in the USA, still have not begun the creation of independent Negro unions. That a further delay in this matter will leave millions of the most oppressed slaves of capital outside the field of activities of the RILU, that, as a result of economic, political and racial persecution, the Negro workers represent a tremendous potential revolutionary force in the struggle against the capitalism, that the Negro workers in the USA, Africa, the Antilles and Latin America can achieve equality with white workers only through an organized, decisive struggle against the total system of capitalist exploitation. The Executive Bureau resolves. 1. The creation of an International Union Committee of Negro workers in the RILU consisting of 2 representatives from the USA and 1 each from South Africa, Guadeloupe, Martinique, and Cuba. Later representatives of Negro workers from Haiti, East Africa, Portuguese Africa, the Belgian Congo, Liberia, French Equatorial Africa, and from the countries of Latin America where large groups of Negro workers live, e.g., Brazil, Colombia, Venezuela, etc., will be drawn upon. 2. To direct the Trade Union Committee to win over Negro workers for the trade unions, to found new organizations together with white workers and independent unions in areas where Negroes are not accepted in the existing unions, and most importantly to make contact with the Negro workers all over the world and to unite the broad masses of the Negro proletariat on the foundation of the class struggle. 3. To direct the International Trade Union Committee to publish a special press service and prepare an international conference of Negro workers for the end of 1929. Moscow, July 31, 1928. Du Rotgewerkschafts International, August 1928, number 8, 91, page 479. Translated from the German. Betrays Negroes. Marcus Garvey stands revealed as one of those misleaders who for some paltry consideration is ready to aid in riveting the chain of oppression on the Negro masses. His endorsement of the Democratic Party, the party of the Solid South, with its policy of violent repression of the Negro workers, is a base betrayal of the Negro race. This blatant clown has placed the stamp of approval on the business interests who thrive upon the exploitation and enslavement of the Negro masses. Through the bitter experience of everyday struggle, the Negro will learn that both the Democratic and Republican parties are the agencies of the employing class, which exploits both black and white workers and whose policy it is to keep the Negro at the bottom of capitalist society. The Negro workers must learn that both parties stand for the same thing: lynching, segregation and exploitation. The Negro workers must support the party which champions his cause, the party which fights against the system that abuses him, the party which unites all workers regardless of race and which is dedicated to the common struggle for the abolition of the capitalist system which divides and exploits both black and white workers. This party is the Workers' Communist Party. Daily Worker, August 22, 1928. Is the Negro without a party? The Workers' Communist Party ran a number of black candidates in New York in the 1928 elections. Among them was Richard B. Moore, candidate for Congress in the 21st Congressional District, which includes Harlem. He ran a spirited campaign in the streets of the black metropolis. Hardly an open-air meeting was held in the Negro section without resulting applications for membership, reported the Daily Worker, August 23, 1928. Special efforts were made to rally party members from other parts of the city, white as well as black, in support of such campaigns. The party designated Negro Work Week in New York and other cities, c.e.g. Daily Worker, September 17, 1928. 2 other black communists were on the party ticket in New York: Lovett Ford Whiteman for state controller and Edward Welsh for state assembly. Negroes were also nominated on other state tickets of the party. The following is excerpted from an open letter from Richard B. Moore to Rev. Thomas S. Hardin of the Holy Trinity Baptist Church, a Negro church. The Reverend had published a statement in the Amsterdam News, August 8, 1928, asserting that both the Democratic and Republican parties were enemies of the Negro people and offering a donation of $200 to the campaign fund of any Negro candidate nominated for public office. You are quite right when you say. Today it seems that the great principles of human rights are forgotten by the grand old party, while a few of our Negro leaders play to the howling mob without making the proper demand for our citizenship rights. On the other hand, the Democratic Party is just as much opposed today to the Negro receiving his citizenship rights as it was 60 years ago. We are indeed glad to find that you are taking a definite and militant stand in this present campaign. We bear in mind the militant struggle which you have waged in Brooklyn in many instances for the defense of the oppressed Negro race. And we are hoping that your entry into the political campaign will be characterized by the same uncompromising and militant spirit. Will the beneficiaries of a system do anything to abolish that system? Will the parties of the oppressors do anything to abolish oppression? Of course not, Tilda. You seem to be conscious of this when you say, today the black man is without a party. To my mind, it will not pay the Negro to lose friendship over Mr. Smith nor Mr. Hoover, but our salvation lies in selecting some real men of our race not only in Harlem but throughout the country, and send them to Congress, to the state legislature, and elect them judges. Yes, in respect to the Republican and Democratic parties, it is absolutely correct and indisputable to affirm that, today the black man is without a party. But fortunately for the oppressed Negro race, there is a growing militant and powerful party of the oppressed Negro and other workers of America, the Workers' Communist Party of America. The Workers' Party stands forth today as the champion of the oppressed Negro race and of all other oppressed groups in the country. Unlike the Republican and Democratic parties, which segregated and excluded Negroes at their national conventions, the Workers' Communist Party welcomed and seated 24 Negro delegates. These delegates participated on all important committees, many serving as chairmen of sessions, and helped to draft a program of action for the complete emancipation of the oppressed masses of America. This platform is a historic document. It is the first time in the political history of America that a party has taken such an unequivocal, uncompromising and militant stand upon the Negro question. The Workers' Party, in accordance with its stand for the complete emancipation of the Negro race, nominated 3 Negro candidates on its state ticket: Lovett Fort Whiteman for state Controller, Richard B. Moore for Congress from the 21st Congressional District, and Edward Welsh for Assembly from the 21st Assembly District. These candidates, standing as they do upon a platform which demands the abolition of the whole system of racial discrimination, will be compelled to wage a militant struggle in the legislative offices and will have the support of their party. I am sure you will agree that it is not enough to have individuals who are sympathetically disposed toward the Negro race, or even Negro candidates in office, if they lack the clear understanding of the true situation and the spirit of militancy and struggle. It is also necessary, in fact, it is absolutely essential, to have a party back of these candidates which will compel them to toe the mark and will stand back of them with its support. A Negro who is bound hand and foot by the corrupt and oppressive Democratic and Republican machines, will be unable to fight militantly for the interest of his race. I am, therefore, led to hope confidently for your support. I feel that this party and its candidates have the only real claim upon the offer of support which you so generously make. I therefore claim your support for the Workers' Party and for its candidates. Daily Worker, August 29, 1928. The Workers' Communist Party in the South. By W.M. Z. Foster. This article by William Z. Foster indicates that the Communists were beginning to pay serious attention to work in the South. His own election tour brought Foster face to face with the Southern reality, and he was obviously shocked by the stark Jim Crow system. He was also impressed with the growth of a new working class. He noted the progress of the Republicans in their drive to split the solid, Democratic South, by appearing as lily white as their opponents. Foster called for a special program of work for the South and for the establishment of a Southern district of the party. He considered the policy on the Negro question to be the decisive issue in the South. He spoke out against separate branches for whites and blacks. Those workers who are not willing to join a common branch with the Negroes and participate with them in party activities are not yet ready for membership in the Workers' Communist Party. The Workers' Communist Party had made a beginning at mass work in the South. This is a fact of major importance in the development of the class struggle in the United States. For this reason, among others, the present election campaign marks an epoch in the history of our party. The work in the South has been begun by the sending of several organizers into the field, by touring of election speakers, by the issuance of special literature, by the placing of the party on the ballot in a number of southern states, etc. It was my part, in this work, to address election meetings in Louisville, Birmingham, New Orleans, Atlanta, Norfolk and Richmond. The meetings in Louisville, Birmingham and New Orleans were the first communist open mass meetings ever held in the respective states of Kentucky, Alabama and Louisiana. It is fitting that with the rapid industrialization of the South and with the developing struggle of the Negroes throughout the country, the Workers' Communist Party, the party of the working class and the champion of the oppressed Negro race, should begin its operations in the South. These activities must be greatly increased in the future. Manifestly, the South presents many difficult problems of a major character. These must be thoroughly analyzed, a program outlined for them, and the party organized to solve them. It is highly important that the various organizers, speakers and active comrades, participating in the Southern work, carefully compile and present their experiences to the party. The present article is a contribution in this sense. The rapid industrialization of the South increasingly develops a rich field for general class activity by our party. Wages are very low, hours long, and working conditions bad in all the Southern industries, new and old. In the great Alabama coal and steel industries, wages run as low as 15 cents per hour for unskilled workers, with 25 cents per hour top rate, with the cost of living almost as high as in northern industrial centers. The 10 to 12-hour day prevails. Similar conditions exist in the textile, lumber, railroad and other industries throughout the South. The farm workers and tenant farmers, submerged in poverty, live in a semi-feudal state. The new proletariat in the South is being developed under conditions of hardship and poverty. It is one of the basic tasks of our party to organize this increasingly important section of the working class and to lead it in the big struggle it is bound soon to carry on against the employers and the state. Trade unionism is weaker in the South than in any other section of the country. The great armies of workers in the coal, textile, steel, lumber and agricultural industries are completely unorganized. Only the skilled upper layers of railroad workers have unions. Even the building and printing trades workers have hardly more than a skeleton organization. Unions will be built in the Southern industries and the workers' standards raised only by a militant fight against the existing terrorism, industrial and political. It is idle to expect the ultra-reactionary Southern trade union bureaucracy to lead such a fight, or that the old unions can be used as our chief organizational basis, although we must also work in these unions. To organize the unorganized masses and lead them in struggle is the task of the left wing, led by our party and the TUEL, and its organizational program must be founded upon the establishment of new industrial unions in the basic industries. The party and the TUEL must at once orient themselves in this direction. The role of the left wing as the organizer and leader of the working class of the South is further emphasized by the increasing importance of the Negro workers in Southern industry, which stresses our need to organize them. Our party is the only force that can organize and lead the Negro masses in real struggle. The Republican and Democratic parties are manifestly the enemies of the Negroes. The trade union bureaucracy, accepting the whole Jim Crow system of the exploiters, persecutes and oppresses the Negroes by barring them from the unions, discriminating against them in industry, and supporting their political disfranchisement and social ostracism. In Atlanta, for example, a typical situation exists. Negroes are not even allowed to come into the labor temple. And how little the Negroes can look to the Socialist Party for leadership is exemplified by the fact that Norman Thomas in his election tour through the South never even mentioned the Negro question. This is in line with the General S.P. program regarding the Negroes. Only our party speaks and fights for the Negroes, and the situation in the South develops increasingly favorably for it to establish a mass following among the Negroes. The fight among Jim Crowism. The situation in the South, in addition to offering continuing more favorable opportunities for our party to come forward as the leader of the working class, also progressively facilitates its activities as the organizer and defender of the Negro race. The bitter injustice of the Jim Crow caste system is forced upon one at every turn in the South. This outrageous thing, ranging from studied insults to the Negro race, rank discrimination in industry, political disfranchisement and social ostracism, to lynching and other forms of open terrorism, confronts one on all sides. Special railroad cars for Negroes, colored, restaurants, waiting rooms, libraries, schools, living districts, elevators in office buildings, etc. It is the historic task of our party to lead the fight against the organized persecution of the Negroes. This is a revolutionary struggle. It must be carried on under the slogan of full social, political and industrial equality for Negroes, and the right of self-determination for the Negroes. This is necessary not only for the liberation struggle of the Negroes, but for the general revolutionary struggle of the whole working class. Hoover and Smith in the South. The industrialization of the South inevitably thrusts to the fore the chief party of big capital, the Republican Party. This party is driving to establish itself in the South by mobilizing behind it the Protestant, dry, American vote. Its main instrument is the Ku Klux Klan, which, if organizationally weak, has a powerful ideological following. The Klan goes forward with a tremendous, whispering, campaign against Smith to unite all the Protestant bigotry in the South against him. This is being engineered by the Republican leaders despite their public, hypocritical deprecation of such methods. The trade union leaders, mostly Klansmen, are overwhelmingly with Hoover. To check the advance of the Republican Party, the Democrats violently denounce that organization as the party of the Negroes and raise the slogan of, "Vote for the Democratic Party and white supremacy." The Secretary of the Democratic Party of Alabama recently declared that if the Republicans break the solid South, federal troops will be used at the next election to enforce the Negroes' right to vote. Meanwhile, every device of terror and duplicity is used to disfranchise the Negroes. Governor Long of Louisiana recently struck the Democratic keynote in this respect when he said, "Any registrar who puts Negroes on his rolls without their coming up to the strictest requirements, which are impossible WZF, will be removed from office, and I am the man who will put them out." Violent propaganda is made on all sides that the race question is not one that can be settled by ballots but by bullets and cold steel. But all this vigorous race prejudice propaganda fails to stop the Republican Party's progress. This is largely because that party is aggressively demonstrating that it also stands for white supremacy. The Workers' Communist Party must be quick to turn to advantage this unmasking of the Republican Party. Even now, since the Civil War, the overwhelming mass of Negroes have mainly supported the Republican Party as their party. But large numbers of them will be disillusioned by that party's exposure as an open supporter of Jim Crowism. We must seek to educate the Negroes generally to the true role of the Republican Party, in the light of the present situation, and to unite them in and around the Workers' Communist Party is the only party that represents the interests of and fights for the Negro race. Need of a party program for the South. The Workers' Communist Party must give active and immediate attention to the development of a special program of work in the South. The party must establish a Southern district. It must get organizers in the field. It must carry through an aggressive campaign to recruit the party membership and to establish in all the Southern centers branches of our party, the YWCL, Young Workers' Communist League, and the auxiliary organizations. The weakness of the party's activities generally in Negro work must be drastically overcome. Together with this organizational program must be developed a political program for work in the South. We must have concrete demands, for the Negroes, and for the workers as a whole based on the actual situation. We must outline definite campaigns to organize actions in the various industries. The decisive factor in all our work in the South is our policy on the Negro question. We must realize from the outset that it is the basic task of our party to lead a militant struggle for and with the Negroes. All our activities there, all our successes and failures will turn around this central fact. In the South, we must be vigilantly on our guard to combat all tendencies in our party to soft pedal the Negro question and to compromise with Jim Crowism. This has not been done sufficiently. We must fight resolutely against white chauvinism, because it is exactly in the South, where the fire of race prejudice is the hottest and the revolutionary initiative of the Negro most repressed, that the danger of chauvinism is the greatest in our party and in the ranks of the workers generally. We must liquidate all such tendencies as the ignoring of the Negro question in our public speeches, failure to draw Negroes into open propaganda meetings or proposals to form separate white and Negro branches, etc. Those workers who are not willing to join a common branch with the Negroes and participate with them in party activities are not yet ready for membership in the Workers' Communist Party. Especially must our party combat and liquidate the idea of building our party in the South primarily of whites on the theory that, if you get the white workers, you've got the Negroes. This erroneous theory is simply a crystallization of white chauvinism under a mask of left phrases. It denies the revolutionary role of the Negro. It leads to the acceptance of Jim Crowism and implies the abandonment of all struggle for and with the Negroes. It is the working theory of the socialists and the AFL fakers. It has nothing in common with a communist program. Our party must reject and eradicate it completely. The central task of our party in the South is to unite the Negroes directly and to lead them in the struggle. Only in this way can our party fulfill its historic task. The coming party convention must give special attention to the general question of our work in the South. Communist, November 1928. We must unite for struggle. The following extract is notable for the frank discussion of color caste among American Negroes, of mulatto and black, of light and dark skins, often involved in antagonism between West Indian and American blacks, as among American blacks themselves. There is a need to close ranks. What is meant here by close ranks is the abolition of the stupid color castes which afflict us within our own ranks and which vitally affect our ability to wage an effective struggle. These color caste prejudices as they exist among us are remnants of slavery days when most of the free persons were mulattoes, the children of black slave women and their lecherous white masters. They have also a property ownership source as these same mulattoes were practically the only property owners among the race when it was emancipated from chattel slaves into wage slaves without compensation for the centuries of slave labor. Color castes within the Negro race are endangering our unity and our ability to wage the struggle against oppression. They are encouraged by the British imperialists in the West Indies, because from long experience these imperialists know their value in dividing the Negro and weakening our resistance. Those who adopt them show a singular lack of logical reasoning since plainly they accept inferiority for themselves when they accept the dictum that one's superiority is based upon the lightness of one's skin. Logically, then, the lighter the skin the more superior the person, which logically leads to acceptance of the Nordics' impudent assumption of race superiority. Such an attitude cannot be tolerated among thinking Negroes. Down with color caste prejudice. Unite for the struggle. Negro Champion, October 27, 1928. Resist rent increases. Overcrowded, bitterly exploited Negro Harlem faces a severe rent crisis. With the failure of the New York State Legislature to extend beyond December 1 even the meager protection of the emergency rent laws, the landlords have launched a rapacious crusade to squeeze the last penny out of the Negro tenants, the last bit of hope out of many a hard-pressed mother, the last breath of life out of hundreds of babies, wailing for milk placed out of reach by the increased demands of the rent hounds upon the miserable incomes of Negro families. The Negro workers are already exploited to the breaking point. Doubly exploited on the job, barred from many trades and most offices by the employing class, usually on the groundless pretext that white workers will not work side by side with them, paid lower wages for equal work, confined for the most part to the worst paid and roughest jobs, the colored workers have still had to meet the brutal exaction of the landlord-employer class for higher rent, for the right of shelter, often forced to pay twice the rental as white tenants for the same premises, less a substantial part of the service formerly supplied by the landlord and his agents. Colored landlords and real estate agents have been no exceptions in the matter. Rather have they led the onslaught on the living standards of the workers of the race. Colored landlords and agents are no exception in the new onslaught. Now, as in the past, they are playing the historic class role of allies and tools of the enemy in the exploitation of the working class of their race. High rents in the past have brought overcrowding and an undermining of the workers' health and morals. High rents have forced many colored workers to run speakeasies and other disreputable things in their homes. High rents are responsible for the immoral atmosphere of these homes. High rents and other capitalist methods of exploitation are responsible for the high death rate among Negro babies and adults. Since the expiration of the emergency rent laws, rents have been raised in some cases 30%. In some cases the landlord has simply demanded double the amount formerly paid. Negro workers and tenants resist these rapacious demands. Organize into tenants' leagues for your own protection. Join the Harlem Tenants League. Attend its meetings every Monday night. At the Public Library, West 135th Street. Take your grievances to the office at 169 West 133rd Street, second floor front. Above all, refuse to be terrorized by dispossess. Take your dispossess to the Harlem Tenants League. Harlem landlords have a practice of issuing fake dispossesses to scare tenants into moving or paying up. Don't get scared by a dispossess. Even if it's genuine, the Harlem Tenants League can help you. Resist rent increases. Organize into the Harlem Tenants League for your protection. Negro Champion, December 29, 1928.